on, everybody? It is officially Game 7. We are live streaming Sabres versus Canadiens. Game 7 in Buffalo. How you doing? How you doing? Just give me a few minutes here to set up the live stream, share it to my social media, and we will be all set to go. So just bear with me a few minutes. My apologies. What is going on again, everybody? We are just getting the live stream all prepared, setting up the details right now. Monday night tonight, Monday Night Raw, but we will be watching Game 7 in Buffalo. But hopefully everybody out there, all my subscribers, all the new viewers, anybody checking out the channel, hopefully you are enjoying your Monday night. How you doing? How you doing? Just a few more minutes, guys. The live stream will be all prepared. Okay, we should be just about ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, details on the live stream should be all good to go. And now just a few minutes to share it to my social media, and we will get underway here with the live stream. Also going to do a quick audio check as always. Make sure at least the sound is decent. Make sure, yep, that sounds okay. Also, last time around before Game 6, I did reset the router and the modem. So hopefully that fixed whatever technical bugs we were having before. But just a few minutes now, guys. I'm about to share the live stream to my social media. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to share the stream. It is official. About 6:56 here in Buffalo. Currently, okay. No turning back now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it. What is going on, everybody? Ladies and gentlemen, ghosts and goblins, witches and wizards, vampires and werewolves. Tonight it is Game 7. I got good news and I got bad news for you. Which one do you want first? We'll start off with the good news. Tonight, one team will advance to the Eastern Conference Championship after Game 7. That is something that we can confirm before the game is even over. But the bad news, once the game is over, somebody's season will end tonight, whether it be the Buffalo Sabres or the Montreal Canadiens. We still have yet to find that out. The series is tied, of course. Tonight is Game 7, the absolute ultimate tiebreaker in the series. Only one team can advance, and one team will go home, hang up the jerseys, hang up the skates, and start thinking about the strategy for next season. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the Buffalo Sabres do have home ice advantage, so all the pressure really is on them. You have to defend home ice, but not only that, if you lose tonight, everybody going to be sent home embarrassed. Humiliation for the Buffalo Sabres can come at what cost if the Buffalo Sabres do not win tonight's game. Like I said, hopefully not too much ambient noise in the background there from the AC. I will turn that off. Tonight, it is Monday Night Raw, not in Buffalo, but we do have the red lights on in celebration of Monday Night Raw. Like I said, I live my life as a professional wrestler every day, 365 days. You could call it 400 days a year for me. But basically, it is Monday Night Raw. We got the red lights. We got the goat jersey. It's always looked like a buffalo to me, but the goat head jersey, the red goat. It is time. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, it could be the last time we stream for a while, at least for the next couple weeks. Because if the Sabres do not win tonight, you can hang up the jersey, you can hang up the skates, and you can say sayonara to the Buffalo Sabres.
1954.
The draft is coming up in June, so obviously Sabres might be looking to add a prospect to the team, couple prospects to the team, who knows, at least somebody for the Rochester Americans. I know one year, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, the one year the Buffalo Sabres actually drafted somebody who doesn't even exist during World War II. It could have been during World War II or after World War II. I know it was one of them. Taro Tujimoto, a player drafted by the Buffalo Sabres, didn't even exist. How it happened, couldn't tell you. How the Buffalo Sabres had made these decisions over the years. Again, I don't make the paychecks. I couldn't tell you. But they did one year draft a player who didn't even exist. Probably never going to happen again, considering everybody is very well monitored now. If you want to become at least if you want to make a living as a professional athlete, you know, everybody pretty much has to go through the trials and tribulations, all the necessary hurdles required to make that kind of decision in life. You play in high school, you play in your college games, you make it pro. start taking care of the family a little bit. Sometimes, not always. Sometimes most of them want to have the 3 to 4 year NFL contract and just get out of there, but I don't blame them. It's crazy nowadays. But tonight, ladies and gentlemen, one season will end. Will it be the Buffalo Sabres? Will it be the Montreal Canadiens? Who do you guys want out there? If you're watching, let me know in the comments. Buffalo Sabres fans, make your voice heard. Montreal Canadiens playing the Road Warriors tonight on some enemy territory. Away soil for the Canadiens, but no doubt about it, I expect nothing less out of the Canadiens tonight. I want this Game 7 to go down in the history books. We need to tell our children about this. We need to tell our children's children about this Game 7 that happened tonight in Buffalo, New York, ladies and gentlemen. Cole Caulfield right now has the camera on him. He's getting ready in the locker room for the Canadiens. And there's Tage Thompson as well, getting prepared in the Buffalo Sabres locker room. It is Game 7 in Buffalo. Tension is high. Anxiety is high for the city. Me, myself, you know I can't really complain much if it's not a game against Dallas. I just hope the boys, they know they played a hell of a season. You made it this far. Everyone thought it was going to be a sweep in 4, but the Montreal Canadiens came to play exactly what nobody in Buffalo realized, because nobody in Buffalo has been watching the Montreal Canadiens the same way that I do. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, Game 7. And as I said, me, myself, the defense for Buffalo is really going to have to fucking play a perfect game if they even want to think about an Eastern Conference Championship. I know last time we got a lot of goals. We got a lot of fucking goals in Montreal last time around in Game 6. That was nice. This is a different game. Fresh start now. It is fresh house. It is fresh house. The fans in Buffalo packing the arena as we speak. I see people running to their seats. A lot of anticipation, a lot of angst, a lot of excitement. Feelings all around the building, ladies and gentlemen, as the Buffalo Sabres could be one game away from moving to the Eastern Conference Championship. Same thing can be said for those Montreal Canadiens. The thing that I don't like, everybody has to pretty much wait around until Thursday for the Eastern Conference Championship to even start. The Carolina Hurricanes have had an entire 2 weeks to just sit around, twiddle their thumbs, drink their, I don't know what, Jägermeister, fucking, what are the Carolina Hurricanes out there drinking? Do their straw. It's a fucking, I know the Jägermeister is an NHL sponsor. I'm not much of a bar guy myself, not much of a drinker, ladies and gentlemen. But the Carolina Hurricanes are probably sipping on some fruity cocktails instead of some hard liquor as they prepare for the Eastern Conference Championship. And yes, that is a shot for any of the people out there who caught the joke. Congratulations. It's not a comedy show, but I put them out there every once in a while. The Montreal Canadiens, the Buffalo Sabres right now getting prepared to warm up on the ice in Buffalo. It is already kind of a packed house over there. You can see everybody just now hitting the ice for warm-ups. It is not the start of the game until 7:30. We still got about a whole half an hour to just chill, hang out, and talk, ladies and gentlemen. But warm-ups in Buffalo have officially started for the Sabres and the Canadiens. The Carolina Hurricanes are just watching this game in the shadows, laying in wait. Playing some guerrilla warfare tactics, if they have pretty much just had an entire 2 weeks to just sit around here and patiently wait for their opponent to be announced for the championship round. But it is to be expected, considering the Carolina Hurricanes did eliminate the Flyers in 4. They did sweep the Flyers. Not much of a challenge for them in the second round, unfortunately. But that is why I disagree with the scheduling so much, because I could see maybe even a week. But now they get to wait around until Thursday just for this game to be over. The Buffalo Sabres and the Canadiens have had no time to rest, no time to prepare. Who has made these decisions? I couldn't tell you. They make a paycheck. They make a salary every season, ladies and gentlemen. That is still the question I'm trying to figure out. They have made up this schedule to where the Carolina Hurricanes somehow, some way, swept their way in 4 games to the next round. Now they're just sitting around watching the fucking game on their plasma flat screens. At home with the wife and the children. Talking about, you know what, I kind of want the Sabres, I kind of want the Canadiens. It doesn't matter who the Carolina Hurricanes want, ladies and gentlemen, because tonight it is a Game 7 to decide who will play the Carolina Hurricanes. And the only team that wants it more will play the Carolina Hurricanes for the Eastern Championship. I'm hoping for the Buffalo Sabres, but of course, we have had some heartbreaks and some losses in the past that have been very dramatic, very unfortunate for the boys of the past years. Zach Benson was just out there on the mic for the warm-ups. Youngest player right now for the Sabres, Zach Benson, number 6, ladies and gentlemen. And he has been an absolute highlight reel so far for the boys. Gonna take a second to grab a drink real quick. Just a little bit of Dr. Pepper tonight, nothing too crazy. Optic Gaming did lose to the Thieves. They did lose to the Thieves at the Major 3 DreamHack Atlanta tournament. Optic Gaming, once again, so close but no cigar. Just seems to be the heart of the card so far for this current Optic team. Honestly, Black Ops 7 not the greatest game for this current Optic team, if I do say so myself. They always somehow make it to the final, which is nice. But the other team, whether it's Paris, whether it's FaZe, whether it's the Thieves, shout out to Nate Shot, they just somehow cannot pull it out. And S&D has also been a very challenging game mode for them. But ladies and gentlemen, we still have a good amount of time here to chill and hang out. What can we talk about? We can talk about coming up after tonight. If this is the final time that I get to stream with everybody, we will be streaming some Buffalo Bills games next season. They are playing on my birthday, October 18th. They will be playing the Las Vegas Raiders in Las Vegas. So, since it is my birthday, little bit of a history there if you know me. My dad always used to take me to games with the Bills and the Raiders. The first ever Bills game that I ever went to in my life was Bills and the Detroit Lions. So that's actually announced for the home opener this season, coming up soon. Detroit is playing in Buffalo for our brand new season opener at the brand new stadium. So it's crazy how all these things seem to always come full circle in my life. But yeah, last time I was ever at the Buffalo Bills Stadium was 2011. We had Ryan Fitzpatrick as a quarterback, and the Bills played the Raiders, and they ended up making a really crazy comeback. That was a really good game, actually. So got to see that game live. Last time I was ever at the Bills Stadium in person. And then came home that night and watched WWE Night of Champions on pay-per-view. But there will be some Bills games streaming next season. Thanksgiving, we got the Chiefs. Christmas, I don't know yet if I want to stream the game against the Broncos. I'm still trying to decide what the Christmas special is going to be this year for my channel. What we want to do, how we're going to celebrate Christmas this year. Still has yet to be determined. Looks like we're going to send out Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen tonight in the net for the Buffalo Sabres. I do like the decision, number 1 for the Sabres, the goalie, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, warming up right now with the boys on the ice. So it looks like we're playing Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen in Game 7 here at the start. Also, ladies and gentlemen, if you are out there eating pizza and wings, I am an Italian. I got nothing against you if you like pineapple pizza, Canadian pizza, anchovy pizza, whatever the fuck. My least favorite pizza, my most hated pizza of all time, breakfast pizza. Cannot fucking stand it. I hate it every time somebody is eating it. I don't want to eat it myself. Every single time I've had breakfast pizza, I've disliked it. I'm an Italian. When I see breakfast pizza, it's honestly, I get disappointed. I'm like, for all that, why couldn't we just get a regular fucking pizza? You spent the money on the breakfast pizza. Why couldn't we have just spent the money on regular fucking pizza? Breakfast pizza shouldn't even be considered pizza. Honestly, for me, I don't even want it to be considered a pizza. I'm just saying. We're gonna put it out there. I know a lot of people tonight eating pizza and chicken wings for Game 7 in Buffalo, New York. But please, for the love of God, no breakfast pizza. Just regular fucking standard pizza is good enough. If you want to throw some extra toppings on there, go right ahead. But you don't need to take the meaning of pizza out of pizza when you make it a breakfast fucking abomination and you're throwing all this shit on there. It's not a pizza anymore at that point, ladies and gentlemen. At what point have you ever heard somebody say, this is how you make a pizza, we're going to use all these breakfast ingredients? That's not a pizza. Still 31 minutes remain until puck drop in Buffalo, New York. I have been thinking to myself, Terry Pegula, if you are out there watching your boy, I always have wanted to take the Buffalo Bandits, the only team in Buffalo that has won championships over the years, in the shadow of the Sabres and the Bills, only team. 6-time, 7-time lacrosse champions, some crazy number. They got trophies, ladies and gentlemen, almost 10 rings on each finger. 6-time, 7-time champion, the Bandits. We're going to take them. We're going to move them to Salem Field, and we can keep the design of Salem Field, Coca-Cola Field, I've always called it the Bison's Field. Damn it. We're going to move them to the Bison's Field in Buffalo. No more baseball. No more Bisons. I'm saying it now. If I had Terry Pegula money, if I was in Terry Pegula's chair, and this is probably why I'm not, I would remove the Buffalo Bisons from the city of Buffalo. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Bandits have their own arena. They have their own field. It's going to be like this outdoor indoor hybrid. Might have a roof on it if Terry Pegula wants to throw down the taxpayer money. It's going to be this hybrid field combination for the fucking Buffalo Bandits. Well-deserved, well-earned. We're going to take the Bisons out, and here's the thought process. You got to bring back basketball to the city of Buffalo, Terry. I'm telling you now, I'm a diehard sports fan in the city. I've seen it myself. You will make your money back. No matter how much it takes to bring that team to this city. I promise, Terry, you will make that money back. People will go to the games. Even if we don't have LeBron James on contract, they will show the fuck up no matter how crazy the season goes. At least an NBA team. If we can't get the NBA team back in Buffalo, if we can't get the Buffalo Braves going again, maybe a WNBA team. I'm just saying, women's basketball, pretty crazy, pretty popular right now. I know they got some ratings. I know they're selling tickets. So, hey, Terry, I'm just spitballing ideas once again. If you don't want to give us an NBA team, why the fuck not at least a WNBA team? Something here. Maybe I'm just a little bit too sick of baseball. Here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. I used to play baseball when I was very young, but I was so young when I played baseball, nobody was out there scoring home runs. Like, I was just standing in the field like, okay, I kind of understand what baseball is, not really for me. So, at a very young age, I was like, yeah, none of us out here are fucking like Babe Ruth or anything. I mean, I might get into some other stuff if I'm at it. And, wrestling was always my favorite to begin with. So it's kind of hard to compete with that. Once I had pro wrestling like in my heart, once I found that, once I established my relationship with that, anything else was just, either I like it or I don't. And for baseball, again, when I played it, I was so young, nobody was out there scoring home runs, I promise you. I also, there is the story of, for me, I am a very big fan of Marilyn Monroe. My mom actually asked me the question one day, if I could bring back anybody from the dead, who would I want it to be? And I actually answered Marilyn Monroe. She was one of my favorite actresses of all time. The reason I love Marilyn Monroe so much is because she just wanted to be taken seriously as an actor. And I feel like that's so sincere to me, and that's literally the way I feel sometimes with my life and how I want things to go with my music. Her entire career, she was just looked at as eye candy and like a sex appeal. Nobody wanted to put her in movies if she wasn't trying to be eye candy or sex appeal. When she actually tried to do serious movies, they didn't sell. People didn't want to buy tickets. They didn't want to watch her when she wanted to actually be an actor. So I always felt, a little bit of heartbreak for her in terms of that, because Alfred Hitchcock, one of my favorite horror directors, he was around at the time, and he would always cast the gorgeous, beautiful blonde bombshells in his movies. He never wanted to work with Marilyn Monroe because that was her reputation. That was her kind of, resume in Hollywood. She was just a kind of sex appeal, and nobody was going to watch her movies if she tried to really be serious. So I always kind of wanted to, if I was around at the time, I would have loved to have the opportunity to work with her and actually show people that she could have been something even more. And she was something more than that. But unfortunately, in Hollywood, they always gave her kind of that reputation. And until she passed away, people never really understood the talent that was there, or really the potential that was there. Also, she was in a relationship and married to Joe DiMaggio, who played for the Yankees, and always was abusive with her, always in a, abusive domestic relationship with Marilyn, always putting her hands on her physically, and I just can't agree with that, being the person that I am, from my background, how I grew up watching my parents fight. They had a divorce. They were never, in the best of, love nest, whatever you want to call it. But Joe DiMaggio was always abusive to Marilyn, and he never understood that that's kind of just the way that she had to do things to make a name for herself, or at least sell herself, and even, earn kind of an income, any kind of money. He didn't understand that her selling erotic photos, or just, being on screen and doing, some pretty risky stuff, some pretty naughty stuff, wasn't going to put food on the table if she wasn't doing that. So he just didn't understand that, and I never agreed with it. I don't know, I'm just not a big baseball fan in general. I guess I would say favorite teams: Chicago Cubs, New York Mets, Detroit Tigers, Pittsburgh Pirates. I guess you could say maybe the Toronto Blue Jays. I know the Bisons are their affiliate. They actually just made it to a World Series. But again, for me, I'm just not the biggest baseball fan. I have put some uploads on the channel, but the whole reason I even checked out the MLB game, the show for PlayStation, was because I really wanted to have videos against, of course, the Dallas baseball team, the Texas Rangers. So I do have that uploaded to the channel. Like I said, so far, the video game stuff really hasn't done much. I know it's been really slow this year. We've had to take a step back because I just can no longer afford to really play video games at this point in my life, which is unfortunate. We got the PlayStation 5 all ready to go. Baby girl is sitting right there. She's just not getting anything invested into her. Last time that it was my birthday, I tried playing Doom: The Dark Ages, and absolutely nobody watched it. I tried to actually play it on one of the hardest difficulties too. Once I got a bit more comfortable, tried to play Doom: The Dark Ages on one of the harder difficulties, and I actually enjoyed the game. It was a really good game, and of course I enjoy the Doom series, so I really wanted to put that on my channel. Got it for my birthday, and considering that nobody watched it, I kind of feel like, well, that's a little bit disappointing, kind of failed. The reason I say that is because for me, games nowadays in general, on average, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, games on average for me are about $80. I mean, you really need to have $80 just to even afford to play a brand new game if it comes out brand new. So when I bought Doom: The Dark Ages for my birthday, I kind of assumed it would do a little bit more in terms of traffic, in terms of audience, and like I said, nobody even watched it. not anybody's fault out there, but it is still available, obviously, on the channel. Have a whole playlist dedicated to it. Created an entire playlist if anybody does want to go check it out. But for me, kind of spent $80 on a game that really didn't do much on the channel. And instead of spending that $80 on a game, obviously, I can use it in other ways and kind of get the things that are necessary. So that's kind of where I've been at right now, is especially trying to determine, well, if I do spend this money on the video game, is it gonna serve the purpose that I hope, or at least, create some terms of an audience and bring in, a little bit more to the community. Last year, played Doom the Dark Ages for my birthday. Literally nobody watched it, unfortunately. Spent the $80 for me. What was $80 on the game, brand new? Which it wasn't brand new at the time when I got it, so the price never really dropped, which was also kind of disappointing as well. You'd think like for October and even around my birthday, that's what I was telling my mom, like, maybe they'll do like an October sale, Halloween sale, and I'll get it for the low. That didn't happen. So we played Doom the Dark Ages last year for my birthday. Nobody watched it. And yeah, I spent that $80 and I was like, well, shit. I could have definitely used that $80 on other things. That would have been nice. But that's kind of where I'm at the point right now. That's why I really don't do much with the games anymore, because it's like trying to balance that feeling of, yeah, I could buy the game if I really wanted to, but also I need to eat. I kind of need to pay my phone bill. If I didn't have the Samsung Galaxy Android right now, I mean, how would I even live stream? I do have a webcam for the laptop, so yeah, I could hook that up to maybe, Twitch, and we could live stream off of that, get to Twitch, and then sync it over, upload it over to the YouTube, but I kind of just like the way I'm doing things right now. That's also why the quality on these streams isn't as good as it's been maybe in the past. The webcam, this is not a webcam. This is my phone. This is just a cell phone right here. So the webcam isn't even involved anymore. And I have heard that the cameras in the back of the phone are apparently better than the ones in the front of the phone. Better detail, better quality, which is kind of what I am going for. But it's hard to turn the camera around and still see what the fuck is being recorded, or at least like look at chat, take a peek over at the comments. So far so good. I feel like this is okay. This is okay for now. So far so good. Ladies and gentlemen, it is currently 7:22 p.m. in Buffalo, New York, and they are just right down the street from me, right down South Park. About a 7-minute drive from my exact location. And I already know Canal Side gotta be going epic inside of the arena tonight. It is going to be probably sold out for this Game 7. A lot of diehard fans in the city of Buffalo excited and anticipated for tonight. Like I said, 19 minutes away officially for puck drop in Buffalo. But yeah, I think for my birthday this year, one of the specials we will do, and it's going to be a hell of a lot on my birthday. I wasn't like prepared for it to be this much, but I already had an idea for what I wanted to originally do this year. So I already had that idea in the back of my head. And then when they announced the Bills playing the Raiders on my birthday, I was like, okay, fair enough. We're gonna have to do that. We're gonna have to stream that as well. So it's gonna be a really big day again for my birthday when it comes to streaming. I'm gonna have to get a lot done with what I have prepared this year, but that's not a problem. Always love hanging out with you guys, and always love being able to upload some new content here to the channel. The series tonight is tied, ladies and gentlemen, 3-3. Tonight is the tiebreaker in Buffalo Game 7. Once again, the great thing about tonight, one team will advance to that Eastern Conference Championship. And the sad thing about tonight, on the flip side of that coin, one team's season will come to an end tonight. No matter what they do, no matter how hard they try to prevent it from happening, it will happen. One team tonight getting eliminated. Will it be the Buffalo Sabres or the Montreal Canadiens? We still have yet to find that information out. Game 1 for the Western Conference Championship is on Wednesday between the Colorado Avalanche and the Vegas Golden Knights. For me, you guys know I love my Vegas teams. I'm going with the Golden Knights. Nothing against the Colorado Avalanche. They are a great team. Former championship team as well, former Stanley Cup champion, both the Golden Knights and the Colorado Avalanche. But Jack Eichel, former Buffalo Sabre, couldn't tell you why people hate his guts here in Buffalo. He never did anything wrong to the Buffalo Sabres as a player. If anything, it was the staff and the coaches and the management that really fucked over Jack Eichel, and that's kind of what people need to understand as well. Whenever they want to boo him or talk shit about him in Buffalo, they also are the same people who are yes men and letting their boss just kind of kick them around in life. But yeah, Jack Eichel decided to say, you know what, Buffalo, it was fun. I'm going to go see how it works out in Vegas. And it worked out pretty good for him, I would say myself. Stanley Cup champion already on the resume, already wearing a ring over there in Las Vegas. And now, once again, Jack Eichel playing for that Western Conference Championship in 2026. I'm going to have to go with Jack Eichel and the Vegas Golden Knights to advance to that Stanley Cup final. Like I said, nothing personal against Jack Eichel. Hell of a player. Again, real recognizes real. The GOAT recognizes the GOAT when they see each other. People in Buffalo right now should be less concerned about Jack Eichel and way more concerned about trying to move on to this next round, and the Carolina Hurricanes still waiting. But I would like to see definitely Jack Eichel get an opportunity at another Stanley Cup. I used to say to my one friend when we would play the EA Sports hockey game, I would say to him, you know, they've put Austin Matthews on the cover like fucking 2-3 times. Why can't we get a cover with Jack Eichel? He was still with the Sabres, couldn't get a cover with them. Got off the Sabres, went to Vegas, won a cup. They still haven't given this man a cover, I don't think. When will the Jack Eichel cover actually happen, EA Sports? When will this man have proven himself worthy for the EA cover? I haven't played the EA Sports hockey games in a couple years, though, so I'm not too positive if they have given him the cover recently. But I think they've been doing the dual covers where it's like you got a star from the NHL and then maybe like a female star or some kind of like star from the prospect teams. They've been doing it a couple different ways now, I know, for the cover, but I've always said to my friend, man, why could they never give Jack Eichel the cover? He definitely deserves it. They gave Austin Matthews like 2-3 covers, and the Toronto Maple Leafs are still, you know, desperately struggling to even make it past the first round here in the playoffs. But they do get to the playoffs, so that is something to be said for the team. Nothing against the Toronto Maple Leafs. They are right down the street from me here in Buffalo, right over that Peace Bridge. Shout out to the Iceman. Drake just dropped the album. I know he dropped like 3, but Iceman was the one most people were excited for. And I used to actually be a moderator for a Twitch streamer back in the day. She was really cool. Her name was Melanie Machete, and we met through Dead by Daylight. But I never had the ability to donate or actually show my support through tips or anything. But I guess she liked me enough as a person to trust me enough to be a moderator, and that was really cool. So I used to always crack jokes with her about the Toronto Maple Leafs. But right now, it is the Buffalo Sabres show. It is showtime in Buffalo, New York. Game 7 tonight, ladies and gentlemen. The tiebreaker in Buffalo. One team advances, one team gets eliminated. Who will it be? We do got some DraftKings bets taking place here. It looks like somebody wants a Nick Suzuki goal. Somebody has Zach Benson for a point. It looks like a lot of these ESPN commentators, though, really going more for Montreal here. It looks like they believe a little bit more in Montreal. Kind of fair play, though, because Montreal has been a really deadly team after a loss in the playoffs. They have been an undefeated team, so After a loss in the playoffs, the Montreal Canadiens come out the next game ready to play, and they don't take 2 losses in a row. So that is going to be the challenge tonight for the Buffalo Sabres. Not only defending home ice, but also trying to overcome that undefeated streak that the Montreal Canadiens have put together here in the 2026 playoffs, where they just do not like to lose 2 games in a row. After a loss, they just took one in Montreal. They got to be coming out tonight angry. And the Canadiens have their game faces on. Make that face at him, dog. Make that face at him. The Canadiens coming out tonight in Buffalo with 1 goal and 1 goal only on their mind. Send the Sabres home embarrassed, humiliated, and eliminated from the 2026 playoffs. It can happen tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It is Monday Night Raw. No, it's not happening in Buffalo. That would be interesting, though. Hey, Triple H, Paul, who knows how you would work that schedule out, right? Like I said, I've been talking about the stupid-ass NHL schedules, but what if WWE had a show booked tonight in Buffalo? They would have to take him to they'd have to take him to the Bill Stadium. It would have to be like one of the first events ever at the new Bill Stadium. Because you can't have it on home ice. You can't have it at the Sabres game. But, unfortunately, like I said, I don't get to book in advance. I got to call when places don't even want to talk to people on the phone and do business. So the WWE doesn't have to worry about too much when they book their events or whenever they're coming to town. Places usually know about months in advance for sure when the WWE wants to come to town. It is hockey night, ladies and gentlemen, in Buffalo, New York. There you go. You see KeyBank Center filling up with all the lovely fans for Game 7 tonight in my hometown, Buffalo. And I got to give it to the Canadiens. Like I said, the lower-seeded team in this tournament, coming in as the lower-seeded team. A little bit of a better season for the Canadiens, so they were given the lower seed here in the playoffs. But still, they've made it this far, and they've made it to a Game 7 with the Buffalo Sabres, who were, I think, ranked number 2 overall on the Eastern Conference for the 2026 season. So they're competing with a really good team right now, the Buffalo Sabres. And they are hanging in there with them just until the very end. Just until they've given the Carolina Hurricanes 2 weeks here to just sit around and fucking wait. While the Sabres and the Canadiens, whoever win, they're going to be fresh off this game, and they're going to have to prepare for a battle with the Carolina Hurricanes. Not a lot of time to prepare for that, obviously. Only about a 3 day kind of off break until the next round begins for the Eastern Conference. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is officially 7:33 in Buffalo, New York. I don't know why the Sabres always like to be fashionably late. I don't know why we always have some kind of like overkill here with the clock. But it is officially 7:30 in Buffalo, so they need to drop this puck and start this game any minute now. Really any second. Like I said, I don't know what it is with the clocks in Buffalo, but they are definitely ahead, or behind, I should say, on when this game should have started. It's still the commentators talking, but it is officially 7:30 here in Buffalo. So any second now, this game is going to start between the Buffalo Sabres and the Montreal Canadiens. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for checking out the channel, spending some time with me tonight. If you are eating some pizza and some chicken wings tonight for Game 7 in Buffalo, I know a lot of pizzerias got to be working hard out there. Please, for the love of God, no breakfast pizza. No breakfast pizza is allowed. You can have any other kind of pizza your little heart desires. But in my house, when I'm around, if I see the breakfast pizza, I'm going to destroy it and not in an edible way. it's going to get destroyed in a physical way. No breakfast pizza, ladies and gentlemen. You can have any other kind of pizza, but I cannot allow you to consume something that is not even pizza, as an Italian myself. We are getting ready here for Game 7 in Buffalo. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, to turn off the lights. Let's hit the volume on the TV.
Because once they indulge in the mainstays of the $5 box, the definitely to the $7 box, and the abundance of the $9 box, it's monumental triple-double brunch night. They start expecting everything to be in this box. Don't let the blood go to your head. Where's the doorman? There is no doorman.
I personally just want a really good game tonight between both the Sabres and the Canadiens. A game for the history books. Game 7, 2026, second round, NHL Stanley Cup playoffs.
What about that emoji with the shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try it. Tuesdays are crazy. Yeah.
Buffalo, obviously the fan favorite to win it tonight on home ice, but a hell of a challenge still in this game for us. The Montreal Canadiens have proven themselves. Tied up the series here. It is a tied series, 3-3 tonight, the tiebreaker.
Here for it.
It is also, ladies and gentlemen, damn near summer. Spring is just about over. We are getting ready for summer. So please, go out, watch some great movies, enjoy some time with your friends, your family, maybe even if you're just by yourself like I usually am whenever I gotta go out. Please, go watch some movies, enjoy some time in life, and breathe a little bit. See something that you want to watch. Know a lot of great movies coming out this year. Personal top 3 right now for myself would be The Odyssey, Batman 2, and Fockers in Law. I do love the Fokker movies. Great comedy series. The last Fokker movie, Little Fockers, I actually watched it with my dad. So I know I always tell a lot of ghost stories about my dad, but last one that I ever watched, he took me to the theater, and yeah, we got to see Little Fockers. One of the last times he really got to laugh with me. Comedy movies was his favorite genre.
Sometimes popular. Having fun stuff on eBay.
Mine is horror movies. He hated horror movies with a passion. I always kind of wanted to make a really good horror movie just to kind of fucking show him, well, like, here you go, you know, horror movies can kind of be good. Again, me, myself, I'm like an Alfred Hitchcock, Quentin Tarantino, fucking, I get in there and I start getting in there like John Carpenter with the writing and the directing, ladies and gentlemen, so I definitely wanted to prove to him that horror movies could be fun and they could be good movies. But the ones that he saw, or the ones he watched, he never felt that way about them. Or they were just kind of always really campy, or always kind of just like B-movie horror movies to begin with. Which honestly, the ones that are kind of really campy and more B-movie and not the fucking Hollywood production, not the greatest production, those were always my favorites. I mean, those are the ones we always grew up with, the low-budget, campy-ass horror movies, the stupid-ass jokes, and the cheesy jump scares, but it was the slasher era, and we got to come up with that. But he never really understood the movies. He loved his comedy movies, and he loved his Quentin Tarantino and his De Niro movies. So, obviously 007. A lot of comedy stuff though. A lot of Adam Sandler, a lot of Jim Carrey, a lot of Cat Williams. Cat Williams, my favorite comedian. Will Ferrell. That was definitely his go-to stuff. He would have loved to see John Cena doing comedy. I don't think he ever got to see any of the John Cena comedy movies, but he would have definitely liked that. Again, guys, my dad passed away in 2012, so he never got to see Josh Allen and his current Buffalo Bills team that we have. The 2026 Buffalo Sabres back in the playoffs after the 15-year playoff drought. It is beautiful times here in the city of Buffalo. Unfortunately, not for the environment, not so much for the society and the neighborhoods, but for our sports teams. They are on fire right now. A lot of our communities and a lot of our neighborhoods still kind of dealing with poverty, and a lot of families still out there in desperate need of help. I don't want to always use this channel as like a fundraiser for myself, but sometimes it feels like, you know, when you're trying to make a name for yourself now on YouTube, it kind of feels like you gotta have a little bit of a fundraiser gimmick going here or something. I remember, guys, I've been on YouTube so much. I've been doing YouTube for so long. I remember when they had a star rating system. When you would upload videos and you didn't have to like it or dislike it, you could give it a star, 1 star, 2 star. I think it went all the way up to 5 stars. But they had a star system when I originally started doing YouTube. I do remember that. I kind of miss that because now the thumbs up and the dislike, it can obviously be taken advantage of a lot of times. Like some of that shit, you don't really know exactly how accurate it really is. If a lot of that is actual people liking it or disliking it. And with the star system, it gives you a way more accurate criteria of what you're actually like, you know, enjoying in that video or what you're not enjoying in that video. You might have liked that video, but there might have been some things about that video you disliked. So that's what was cool about the 1 star, the 2 star, the 5 star system. They only do it for food reviews and shit now on Google, but hey, back in the day on YouTube, that was the way to go, man. That's how you knew. If you got a 5-star video, you were the shit. You were the shit on YouTube. That thing was all over the world. That thing was all over the internet. You were essentially viral, trending. The one thing tonight I would like to see for the Buffalo Sabres here in Buffalo, New York, can we get Jim Carrey? Can we get Bruce Almighty in the building? Maybe not, though, because that could curse us. That could just curse us. Second thought. Ladies and gentlemen, I've said it myself every time the Buffalo Sabres have a celebrity, anybody famous in Buffalo, and that I'm not talking about the Blade Gang, you stupid-ass TikTokers and your YouTube personalities. Not YouTube personalities, actual celebrities and people who are famous in Buffalo. We could have had Jim Carrey. We got Rob Ray out there. It's Rob Ray, former Buffalo Sabre, and he loves beating people up. That's a goon right there, ladies and gentlemen. Enforcer in the flesh and blood. A defender right there for the Sabres, Rob Ray. Banging on the drum. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. No Blade Gang. None of these stupid-ass TikTokers. None of these stupid-ass YouTube personalities. We need actual famous people in Buffalo. Actual people that have given their heart and soul to these teams and that have earned this moment to see a Game 7 between the Sabres and the Canadiens in Buffalo. I can't really consider YouTube if you're like a major YouTuber, to me, you're not even really that famous. I would say anybody even like a Kai Cenat would kind of have to consider just a YouTuber personality, not even a celebrity. But of course, there's going to come a day where he starts doing like TV shows or movies and some shit, and then people will want to associate him with being a celebrity more often. But honestly, even a Logan Paul, even though he signed to WWE, I always look at this man as a YouTube personality. I mean, that's just the way it is. Like, you're not a pro wrestler, bro. Like, and anybody that is a real pro wrestler doesn't feel that way about Logan Paul. I'm just going to be point blank, and I'm just going to give you the shoot right here. But that's just the way it is, ladies and gentlemen. He's a YouTube personality. He got in the business because he has the money to get in the business and pull his strings. I mean, they fucking got a Prime bottle. The hydration station is a thing that literally sits outside of the ring. It's something that they set up during the show. However much money he's put in the pockets of the WWE and TKO, I couldn't tell you. But Logan Paul has put an amount of money in their pockets to be able to pull those kind of strings. But yeah, like perfect example right there. Even if it's like a Logan Paul, right now he's in the WWE, he's on the roster, he travels, yes. I understand that. Is he a real wrestler? Not in my eyes, not in my book. So I don't know what fucking pro wrestling book you're reading, but Logan Paul, like I said, it's cool if people do like him. You're allowed as a pro wrestling fan to cheer and boo whoever you want to fucking support. But when I watch Logan Paul's matches, guys, he might do one or two flashy moves. He knows how to do a fucking moonsault off the ropes. He knows how to jump off the top rope and do the elbow drop onto the announce table. Or vice versa, the moonsault on the announce table. He knows how to do that. And then he knows probably his finisher. Like, he's just a couple moves. He's not the greatest technical wrestler. He's not the best on the microphone. In terms of his personality, obviously, I mean, I can't really say he's my favorite. So that is kind of like a perfect example right there. When I kind of diss Kai Cenat, when we talk about Kai Cenat, it's just the same. It's the same view in my eyes. But ladies and gentlemen, it is officially 2 minutes gone in the first period between the Buffalo Sabres and the Montreal Canadiens. This face-off at the red dot in the Sabres zone. Sabres trying to get it out of harm's way. That is a one-timer from Carrier at the blue line that doesn't hit its mark. Sabres still playing defense in their zone. Montreal on the attack. And the Sabres get it back behind the net. Now, pass off the boards, goes back to the Canadiens at center ice. And the Canadiens skate it back to their zone. That is a trip, but no call so far on the ice. On the Sabres right now, Canadiens still control the puck behind their net. And now the Canadiens passing it out of the zone. At center ice now, dump and chase from Montreal. Gets the puck back to the Canadiens. Shot down low in front of the net. That one, rebound, goes back to the Buffalo Sabres. Luukkonen is in the net for the Sabres tonight. At the start of Game 7, this puck, bad pass from the Canadiens. They have to skate back and avoid an offsides call. And a dump and chase here from the Canadiens as they go for a line change. Now Buffalo sends it down the boards and back to the Canadiens. Montreal control the puck behind their net. And now skate it past center ice. Demidov trying to find the pass. It does connect on the stick of the Canadiens, but this one goes back again. Another line change for Montreal as they avoid the offsides call. Now Buffalo, long pass. That's a good pass right there. Sabres get a good look at it right there. Man advantage on the rush. After the puck skater just held on to it for a few minutes, let his team set up in the zone. Now the Sabres still on the attack here. And this puck goes into the benches, and it is out of bounds. Stop on the play. It is Owen Power, number 25, exchanging some words with the players on the bench for Montreal. Seems like not a whole lot of love lost between these two teams in this series. As I've said, I love having the Montreal Canadiens here in Buffalo. Love having them as the visiting team. Hopefully anybody out there from Montreal, if you are playing visitor in Buffalo tonight, playing tourist, hopefully you're enjoying yourself. Staying at a quaint hotel, something nice, something decent. I seen this one thing, and I hate to bring this up during the live stream. I was watching this one streamer. He went to India, and they would not even allow him to have a hotel. No matter how much money he had, even if he could afford the hotel, even if he wanted to buy a room at the hotel and a night stay, the hotels in India were just turning him away because he was not Indian. There was one hotel that was charging him a little bit of a price that he felt was a little too high. He decided to try to negotiate, and they didn't really want to negotiate, so he left, and that's when he started going to other hotels, and they just started rejecting him and saying, yeah, you can't sleep here, we're not going to give you a room because you're not Indian. And I was watching that video, and I felt so bad. I'm like, God damn, man. Even if you got the money out there, they're not even going to allow you to stay. It was almost like, where is this guy going to end up sleeping tonight? Like, they're just going to have him sleep on the fucking streets of India, and we already know how that's going to go. but he ended up going back to the hotel where he tried to negotiate the price, and they finally kind of gave him like a little bit more of a reasonable price, and he was like, yeah, dude, just give me the fucking bed, just give me the room. The Montreal Canadiens do get the first goal right there. First goal in the game for the Montreal Canadiens, ladies and gentlemen, as they celebrate in Buffalo, New York. They are the tourists tonight. Well, right now, they're feeling pretty good in Buffalo. They feel really comfortable here in Buffalo, New York. Montreal Canadiens with the pass from behind the net. Just get it to Gouli, number 21, who puts it down low and it goes off. 24 skate, I believe, Duane. 24 for the Canadiens. Off his skate, gets the goal for the Canadiens. Sabres might honestly challenge it. It is a worthy challenge if they do want to challenge, because there is some kind of goalie interference there that the Sabres are looking at, but I think they're just going to say there's not a whole lot of contact there to be enough. They're going to count it as a goal. It goes to the Montreal Canadiens. They strike first here in Game 7, Buffalo, New York. 1-0 for the Canadiens with 15 minutes and 20 left in the first. Only 5 minutes have passed in the first period, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, if you are coming over from Montreal, Quebec, the hotels are very accommodating and at least, you know, not treating people like the minority just because they're from a different region or something, from a different country. That's a bit unfortunate to know, because I do know, and obviously it's not going to be in India, but Saudi Arabia for WrestleMania is going to be interesting to see how that goes for foreigners. I'm really kind of I'm sitting on the edge. I'm sitting on the edge of the fence a bit. You know, I know the TKO in Saudi Arabia, they love themselves some WWE. I don't think Americans want to really travel that much to, you know, Saudi Arabia and deal with Saudi Arabia politics right now with the way things are going in America. And honestly, whenever WWE does an event in Saudi already, like their Royal Rumbles, the greatest Royal Rumbles, King of the Ring, how many fans from America already go to Saudi for those events? I'm just asking. I just want to know, statistically, what is the percentage of people that leave the States just to see WWE in Saudi Arabia? Every time I see WWE in Saudi Arabia, it feels like they give you water, but it's got like ice that is just completely melted and it doesn't even taste like good water anymore. That's what the product, when I see Saudi Arabia WWE wrestling, that's what it feels like. It's like you're sipping on water where the ice is just completely melted and now it's just changed the flavor. You don't even want to drink it. You're like, is it water? Is it ice? Is it both? Fuck it, just give me something else. So honestly, WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia, that's going to be interesting to see how that goes. I think just to be in Saudi Arabia, they want Americans to buy some kind of like healthcare insurance. So like I said, I don't make the rules. I've heard these rumors though. So it's going to be pretty fucking interesting to see how that WrestleMania goes next year. And guys, we are planning next year again, same thing, Road to WrestleMania. We will watch both nights. So we will fucking for us. I know it's still a long way, still a year basically ahead of us. Shout out to my bae Kiana James, if you're watching and if you're listening, please slide in the DMs. I'm looking for a sugar mama. Listen, I'll do the yard work, I'll clean the dishes, I'll fucking clean the house, I'll go to all the events, I'll wear your merchandise. I will be your biggest fan, Kiana James. I will be your boyfriend, and they will know. I will show up to all the events wearing the merchandise. They'll think I'm Smiley in this bitch. I won't show up wearing the green shirt. I'll show up wearing the Kiana James merch, and people will know that's, you know, I'm on lock. Kiana James, slide in the DMs. Mama looking real good. Mama looking real good. The women's division is actually getting really fucking stacked in the WWE. They recently just did a match with my boy Powerhouse Hobbs. Royce Keys came over from AEW, now Royce Keys in WWE. He just had a match Friday night with Gunther. That was actually to determine who's going to face Cody Rhodes in Clash at Italy. Italy, one of my, obviously, that is homeland for me. A little bit of blood soil there for me. I've never been to Italy my entire life. Interesting fact: my mom, one of her dreams was always to go to Venice. She always wanted to go to Venice. We've still never done it. She's still never been there. I'm not going to be streaming Clash in Italy, though, just because, unless people highly request it here on the channel, and unless we had, like, you know, a lot of people in the comments right now being like, give us the Clash in Italy, Duane. We want you to sit here with us. We want to see it. Unless it was something like that, then I'm just going to put it on the back burner for now and watch it myself off camera. But, yeah, fun fact, my mom has always wanted to go to Venice. My dad's dream was to retire and move to Florida. My dad wanted to retire from being a plumber, move to Florida, and buy a boat and do fishing. And me personally, I would love so much to obviously go see Italy, Ireland one day. Maybe, you know, still in the playing cards for me out there in my life. I haven't got to travel too much. I've been to Niagara Falls, which is nice. I think Niagara Falls is pretty cool. Getting to see one of the wonders of the world right there. And a really nice cafe, the Hard Rock Cafe, over there by the falls. Amazing food. I actually got to try the food at the Hard Rock, and I actually would love to perform there one day even. They have an entire setup where, you know, bands and hopefully solo artists can come and do live performances. One of my favorite pieces that they had there, they had an entire room at the Hard Rock Cafe in Niagara Falls dedicated specifically to Buffalo, New York music and artists from the Buffalo area. I thought that was really amazing. I mean, I don't really see too many tribute pieces and homages like that. But that was really fucking cool. Maybe one day. I know it's a little bit more of a, obviously, you know, it's a restaurant, so it's a little bit more on the local club kind of scene. So not the 5,000, 10,000 kind of crowd or audience for some people that they would go for. But I have been to Niagara Falls, and my favorite thing was going to that Hard Rock Cafe. Not only did they have good food, but I loved they had that entire room just dedicated to music and artists from Buffalo, New York. An entire room, ladies and gentlemen, and nobody was even eating in there. It was like all clean, spotless. It's like you could have a wedding party or an anniversary or some shit in there. That's how immaculate and perfect that they kept that room. But an entire room at the Hard Rock Cafe in Niagara Falls dedicated to specifically Buffalo artists and Buffalo music. I thought that was really cool. Like I said, guys, maybe one day for me I'll be able to not only perform there, but maybe be able to donate a piece of something of mine and have it hang up in the museum or something, have it be in that room, obviously with all the other artists from Buffalo, New York music. I mean, they had everybody from Rick James to the Goo Goo Dolls. I didn't see any Griselda. I didn't see any Benny the Butcher or anything at the time. But they had just the entire room, every wall was filled with just something either donated or that they acquired from the artist. And I thought that was really cool. I never have been to a restaurant or a place like that here in Buffalo. And it's not really in Buffalo, it's in Niagara Falls. So you do have to travel a little bit to get there. But the food at Hard Rock Cafe in Niagara Falls is not only really good, but I did enjoy the environment as well. So far, ladies and gentlemen, it is 11 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the first period. The Montreal Canadiens still have the first and only goal on the board in Buffalo, New York, as the Sabres, again, they're going to have to turn on the jets. Start loading up the rocket fuel, brother. Because the Jets are going to have to be fucking ignited if the Sabres want to keep this Game 7 going. You know, I was never the best at doing my own imitation of the Ultimate Warrior promo. But if I really wanted to get into it, I could fucking get into it for you. I could. Maybe somebody will donate for the Ultimate Warrior promo one day and I'll have to cut it, but for the time being, I'm not too all into the character. Favorite wrestlers from really back in the day, I mean, obviously Brett and Owen. Lex Luger was up there for me. Ric Flair was always a favorite for me. Always loved Ric Flair. I always liked the oddballs. I always liked Bam Bam Bigelow, Junkyard Dog. I couldn't really do a lot of WCW though, because obviously that was the rival to the WWF and Vince McMahon. So Ric Flair is kind of, the extent. Obviously a lot of respect for guys like Sting, Booker T. Oh, a good breakaway right there for the Sabres. One-on-one with the goalie. And the Buffalo Sabres got knocked down on that breakaway attempt. Canadians get it back. There's still no call on the ice for a penalty. Even though the Buffalo Sabres ran right into the goalie for Montreal. No call being made on the ice here from these referees. Couldn't tell you what they're getting paid to make that decision, but it's happening. So yeah, I couldn't really give a lot of credit to the WCW guys because they were always the rival promotion. They were always Vince's enemy and WCW's enemy. They were trying to put boys out of business, right? And they were trying to take jobs from people. So probably Ric Flair would be my favorite if I had to say from WCW.
Ozone time for Montreal. Hudson. Cross ice broken up by Power. Helleness ahead for Dawn.
So guys, some of the oddballs too, like Papa Shango. Papa Shango, Jimmy Snuka. Jimmy Snuka is probably the reason that I got even into like high flying and that kind of style of wrestling, just jumping off my fucking bed, jumping off my trampoline. Jimmy Snuka and Jeff Hardy were a big contribution to that style for me. But if we were talking favorite promotion for me growing up, even aside from WWF, I always loved ECW. That was always my favorite promotion. Always wanted to be in ECW because my brother did backyard wrestling. That's how I got into wrestling. So my brother was doing backyard wrestling. He did some stuff in the ring, but he was actually he did more backstage announcing. So he would interview the wrestlers before and after their matches. He was the Mean Gene. Well, let me tell you something, Mean Gene. Tonight we're going to go out there, brother, and all the Hulkamaniacs around the world. So my brother was really into the interviewers who would do the backstage interviews before and after the matches. That's what my brother would do. He did some stuff in the ring. I remember the one time, they busted him open. They opened a car door on his head, directly in the center of his skull. And this thing split him open, blood all over. It was the edge of the car door, like as soon as you open it and there's that edge right at the bottom of the corner. That shit hit his head, and yeah, he was bleeding like a stuffed pig. He had to get staples, but his crew, like this is like fucking late 90s. They were actually on TV. They actually were backyard wrestlers, but they had a whole TV deal, and they got to like wrestle at the bingo halls and shit. Obviously, like little venues, not no fucking Sabres arena or anything, like, but they did wrestle like bingo halls and shit. They were actually on TV. Me and my mom, I've always tried to find footage, and I've always actually tried to find like video footage here on YouTube or just from anywhere. But of course, that stuff is so hard to find nowadays. It's really hard to find stuff like that. Just for me, from when I was growing up, that wrestling stuff is so outdated, and for his generation, his friends and everything, when they were doing it, to even try to find the relics anymore, the videotapes and the actual evidence would be like trying to find fucking dinosaur bones, just digging up fossils. And it feels like that way because I know my mom even tried to do the same thing for her videotapes when she used to do pool leagues. She used to play billiards. So she used to do pool leagues and she used to play billiards. And she used to actually play on teams, and actually she used to make money at the bars playing pool and billiards. Not only playing pool, but also singing some karaoke. My mom was really good at billiards, and she was really good at karaoke. So that's kind of how she would make her money at the bars and take care of me and my brother sometimes. But she actually had trophies, and she fucking competed at tournaments. all her trophies when I was growing up was from like the 80s to the early 90s. She doesn't even display them or anything anymore just because, to her, I guess they're just ancient memories now. But all of her trophies, she used to be on actual teams, and she used to actually win. And this is before I was even born. Good opportunity right there for the Canadiens, and again on a rebound, this one gets sent down the ice from Buffalo, and now Buffalo wants a call here for a penalty on the Canadiens. But during the 80s and the 90s, my mom, she was on teams, and she was playing billiards, and she was hustling the pool tables over at our local bars. And not only was she winning games and winning tournaments, she was also really good at singing karaoke, so people really liked to hear her sing. And she would kind of make some money, take care of me and my brother. She had to do that for a lot of years at the apartment over there on South Park. And we lived at an apartment on South Park. I'm still kind of really close to it where I'm at right now. I haven't even moved that far away from the same neighborhood or anything. But where I'm at right now, I'm actually really close to the Tesla factory here in Buffalo, ladies and gentlemen. If you've actually heard about the Tesla factory, if you have one in your neighborhood, if Tesla has decided to build a construction site somewhere near you, I know the feeling. But yeah, literally, they're like not even 3-4 minutes away from me. I could walk to the Tesla factory if I wanted to. That's how close they are. So I'm like right by the Tesla factory here in Buffalo, and right down the street is the Sabres arena. So I'm not far from the action at all. But I haven't even moved that far out of the same neighborhood, which is one of the things I would really like to do. Hopefully, if I ever have a chance to sell this house or something, I really want to get out of this neighborhood just because it seems to be getting worse and worse every year. And not only does it get worse every year, but I've been in the same neighborhood now for about 30 years of my life, and I'm good on the same neighborhood. It's where I got to grow up. It's where I got to experience some childhood memories and stuff. But now I want to go experience some new stuff. I want to go make some new memories somewhere else. And I definitely have some other locations in mind. Still here in Buffalo, but just not in South Buffalo anymore. I'm good on the South Buffalo now. I've been here long enough. I've seen enough. It is a Montreal power play, ladies and gentlemen. They still have 40 seconds on the power play, and they are in the Sabres defensive zone. 6 minutes left in the entire first period, and the Montreal Canadiens still with 1-0 over the Buffalo Sabres. Montreal lost control on the pass attempt right there, now back on it. Montreal gets back into the Sabres defensive zone. Good one-timer right there. Back to the center, just couldn't find the back of the net. Now, the Canadiens pass it back to the blue line. Hudson takes a shot at the net, that goes a little wide. Now, from the red dot, the Canadiens score on the powerhouse shot from Bolduc. And it is getting ugly here for the Buffalo Sabres early in the first period. Luukkonen under a lot of fire. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, the goaltender for Buffalo, definitely under a lot of pressure here in the first period. But they say, ladies and gentlemen, pressure creates diamonds. Will it create a diamond out of Luukkonen, the Sabres goaltender defender? Because that is what he will need to be to remain the next 6 minutes in this period and possibly the closing periods left in the game. The watch party in Montreal absolutely sold out over there in Montreal. Full house over there. You got a little bit of a view right there from it. Montreal and the Canadiens capitalizing right there on their power play opportunity. They make it a 2-0 game in the first period. Game 7 here in Buffalo. And it is not looking like a bright future right now for the Buffalo Sabres. As my teachers in elementary school would used to tell me, you do not have a bright future ahead if you keep acting like this. But I never listened to them sons of bitches anyway. They weren't the one that were going to pay my bills and put food on the table. So right now, the Buffalo Sabres need to try to close out some of the noise, quiet out a little bit of the headache that's going on right now in their heads and stay focused, get committed to get these next 2 goals and start coming back here in this Game 7. We're still in a pretty good situation here, even though the Sabres are down by 2. There's a lot of game left to be played. And this goes right back to the Canadiens for a one-on-one breakaway down the ice. The Canadiens choked on it, though. Luukkonen freezes up the biscuit when he needs to. And now Buffalo really just trying to slow down the game after that lethal breakaway opportunity from the Canadiens. Shot on net gets blocked by the Canadiens. 4:20 left in the first, ladies and gentlemen. It is 2-0 Canadiens over the Sabres. Game 7 in Buffalo. And the Sabres now got a shot at it. Almost a pass opportunity, but a player went down and started sliding. Good block right there from the Canadiens, not allowing the goal for Buffalo. And the Canadiens doing what they need to do defensively to keep Buffalo down by 2 still in this first. 3:59 still remain in the first. 85 right there. Texier on the last breakaway attempt for the Canadiens. Had a good look at it. But Luukkonen able to clutch up right there on the save. Nice clutch on the save from Luukkonen as he holds off what could have been a 3rd goal for the Montreal Canadiens. But face-off here in the Montreal zone. It is won by Buffalo. And still 2-0 in the first. Montreal Canadiens over the Sabres in Buffalo for Game 7. And a shot all the way sends the puck down to the zone. Now the Canadiens have it back. Canadiens get their hands on the puck in their zone. Now skated past center. And just a dump and chase from the Canadiens. They're not going to get there first. Buffalo Sabres beat them on the race. Now the Sabres trying to stay away from this hustle effort here from the Canadiens, as they are not letting the Sabres easily attempt to put this puck over center ice past that blue line. Shot right there. Sends the puck up the ice. Now Sabres have it back in the Canadian zone. Tage Thompson out there for the Buffalo Sabres. Thompson trying to find his assist here on the ice, looking for support. Benson gets in there to help him, but the Sabres still lost the puck. In the Canadian zone now. Scrum along the boards for it, and the Sabres get it back. Buffalo still on the attack, and this one blocked by the Canadiens. They're able to take it back behind their net. Slow in this game now. Fresh pair of blades on the ice for Montreal. And the Canadiens just dump and chase it around the boards. Off that last possession goes right back to Buffalo. Now the Sabres pass the blue line. Tage Thompson takes a hit. 23 out there for Buffalo. And now Sabres also sent out the Zucker line. This is icing on Montreal. 1:46 left in the first period, ladies and gentlemen. Just a little over a minute. Buffalo Sabres, you do still have a minute to make a miracle happen here in the first, but most likely the boys are not going to risk it for the biscuit too much. They're just thinking about that second period coming up, trying to get back in the balance of this game. Sabres win the faceoff in the Montreal zone. Now shot on net, that gets blocked down low by the Canadiens. And Canadiens send it back to center ice, but Buffalo right on the attack. And the Sabres have the puck on their sticks currently with 1:25 left in the first. Now the Sabres trying to pass it around the Canadian zone. Duane wanted a one-timer. He runs into a player. And the Sabres still pass it around. McLeod sends it down low. That one ricocheted back to the boards. Sabres on it again. Now back to 89 out there. Tuck for the Sabres. And Tuck lost it behind the net along the glass here for Montreal. Good hit right there. I believe that was number 12 from Buffalo. Laid down the body, laid down the smackdown, put the shoulder on the Montreal Canadiens, and took the puck away when we needed it most. The Sabres got it back here. Good possession there, but it's called offsides by the ref. Malenstein, 29 for the Sabres. Good hit on the Canadiens, taking the puck away. The Montreal Canadiens, ladies and gentlemen, do lead this game in Buffalo, New York, 2-0. Right now, the Buffalo Sabres are going to head back to the locker room, and they're going to have some Tim Hortons waiting for them. Some Tim Hortons donut holes, at least some Timmy Ho's 12-pack donut, the Dirty Dozen Deluxe Tim Hortons donuts. It will be waiting for the Buffalo Sabres at this rate in their locker room. No coffee. You know I don't want any coffee out there. Not a coffee man. Not a coffee guy. I'm a hot chocolate kind of guy. I do like the hot cocoa. But the Buffalo Sabres are definitely getting ready to head back to that locker room and have some Timmy Ho's donut holes. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, here in Buffalo, New York. It is Game 7, the tiebreaker in Buffalo for this second round matchup, the 2026 NHL Stanley Cup Playoffs. Round 2, Game 7, between the Buffalo Sabres and the Montreal Canadiens. Right now, this game, the Montreal Canadiens all in control. They still lead 2-0 in this first period. Only just a little over a minute left still in the first. So not a whole lot of time left in the first, but the Buffalo Sabres still have a miracle to make a goal happen if they want. Right now, at this rate, at this pace, if you ask me, the Buffalo Sabres, they're going to head back to the locker room and they're going to munch on some Tim Hortons donut holes. They got some Timmy Ho's donut holes waiting for them in the locker room at this rate. Might as well just be starting to think about that second period, trying to calm things down and get back where you need to be in this game, because right now it is a lot of pressure on the defense. Not only have they given up the 2 goals so far in the game, but the shooters have to make up for it. So a lot of pressure right now all around for the Buffalo Sabres, and that is the end of the first. Nothing will happen for the Sabres at the end of the bell, or the end of the horn, I should say. So at the end of 1, the Buffalo Sabres get no goals, and the Montreal Canadiens come into enemy territory, and they're feeling really good about it right now. They feel at home in Buffalo. The Montreal Canadiens 2-0 after 1 period. I'm going to take a step out for just a second, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take a bathroom break, so please grab a snack, grab yourself a drink, and I will be right back.
Got down 2-0 and a massive lead on the breakaway. But actually, I think it really was probably going to maybe give them a chance to win this game. But they were down 3-0. That would be tough tonight. So I was happy to see we could win. I thought he played really well. Didn't have any chance of it. Kept him in the game.
Montreal a lot better on their breakouts, on control breakouts, and their forecheck. You know, Anderson with the big forecheck. That's going to be key for them. He's not allowing Buffalo's D to take over this game.
John's everybody up? Everybody coming in? Anybody standing by?
We're going to go to break first league, so let everybody relax, get settled in, and we'll come back.
Just waiting for some directions and instructions.
I got you.
Here we go. 76, Superman.
Oh!
It's the other 76.
Well, Dukatron.
He's calling
Old Dukatron. That's what we're calling it.
Coming up, the expedient first intermission report. Look back at that first period. BK talks to the other side of the station.
Introducing Gatorade Lower Sugar. No artificial colors, no artificial flavors, no artificial sweeteners, and 75% less sugar.
Turning off the AC, ladies and gentlemen.
Hydrates better than water.
From sauce to dust to nuggets.
Turning off the AC. Definitely cooled off now. Much needed here today in Buffalo as it was like 80 degrees outside. So, room chilled off now. We are going to chill for a couple minutes here, ladies and gentlemen, during the intermission. I've decided to actually show you guys a lot of my YouTube channels from the past because I know people don't believe I've been around YouTube since ancient times, but I'm going to prove to you that I have been. So we're going to take a trip here down memory lane, and I'm going to show you guys some of my first ever YouTube channels and how amazing it is that a lot of the original music that I put out, even before I was in high school, kind of still exists out there. So all you have to do to find a lot of my music, the first ever channel I ever created, and I know this by heart, was Duane 237. So what you're looking at right here, this is the first ever YouTube channel that I ever had, right here. Duane 237. It only ever got 151 subscribers, but you can see all the songs here from like 13 years ago. This was the first one. This was the first one I ever had. I use my words to give a voice to the people who feel worthless and depressed. I hope you all enjoy my story and the long road ahead to fame. So this was literally the first YouTube channel I ever created, and this was, as you can see, back November 19, 2009. But you can see the total amount of views I ever got for all 7 videos was about 1,000. So we're definitely in a better place here with this channel in 2016. As I said, this was the first ever channel I ever created. Just with this channel currently, Phenomenal Legend Killers in 2016, it's been the most consistent one for me. To find a lot more of my music, so this is from like 13 years ago, right? To find a lot more of my music, you can also type in Duane X, and this is also how, I guess, some of my features would come up, like this channel right here. I also created back in the day with a lot of my music 12 years ago. So this was like a lot of the original stuff. Obviously dedicated specifically to the music back in the day. Another 7 videos, but we hit 2,000 views that time in total. So I guess a little bit of an improvement. As Hollywood would say, we made our money back on the budget.
And I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these.
So, but when I think about it now, though, like when I think about a lot of stuff now, I could do like one studio demo, one song that I release as a short here on my YouTube channel currently. It'll get the same amount that all of these got. You know what I mean? Like 300, this was definitely like prime when I was in high school. So view count like almost 4, damn near 300. This was 340, you know. So this is definitely when we had the local support, all the fans from high school and everything. So that was fun times back in the day. That was definitely fun times. And I know too there's features. So yeah, if you wanted to just find a lot of my old music, that's kind of the way of doing so. And yeah, a lot of that's from back in the day, of course. But those are older channels. I did have one more as well, which if I can actually pull it up here, I'll show you guys.
And make it difficult on them. Watch Mr. Anderson here. Lollygags his way, but he knows exactly what he's doing. Gets this puck, and then why does he cut across the ice here? Put Zach Metsa in a position where he's got.
It's actually not popping up right now, but let me try.
He's got to hold to respect the stretch pass. This allows a gaping hole for Anderson to jump in and get in on Byram and put him in a position where he can't make a play on this puck.
Okay, so this is what I was telling you guys the other day. about how I feel like shit every time I go Google my name, and I feel like I'm never gonna be anybody until one day I can kind of Google my name and there's this whole biography and list of achievements, and Google kind of just tells everybody who I am for me and shit. They'll just automatically gonna be overnight famous. But here's the problem: whenever I Google my name, my dad always pops up dead. So if anybody Googles my name, the first thing you see is like a death certificate and an obituary, because we did have the same name. But this was also a channel that I used to have back in the day, dedicated to gaming as well. And this one hit about 14 subscribers. This is when I was actually doing everything from like competitive gaming and a lot of like Black Ops 1, MW3, Black Ops 2. Unfortunately, the uploads on here no longer exist. I don't know exactly what happened to them, but they no longer exist. So it's unfortunate there's no more videos on here. But this was like an entire channel just dedicated to my gaming and the team that I was with back in the day. And you can even see back in the day I was subscribed to my boy James Rolfe and Cinemassacre in the AVGN. But that's what this channel was for back in the day. Again, don't know what happened to all the videos there, but that was July 19th, 2011 for that gaming channel that just never was meant to be, I guess. Just never was meant to be. But that was a little bit of a fun history lesson, I guess, with you guys, just showing off some of my older channels. I actually did that before as well. In one of my What If I Was Booking WrestleManias from the past, I actually took some time to actually show a lot of the channels that I originally had when I first started here on YouTube. I'm actually going to mute that because Bulldog is going off right now on the commentary with the announcers. But I don't know. I've always felt like it's sad because I can't have that badge of honor anymore where it's like, yeah, people will see that I created the channel in 2009 or that I've at least been around that long. That's kind of what I like having it for. To me, it's this little like bragging right thing, but it really doesn't matter. It's never going to matter. It's just like that thing that you can say, oh yeah, I've been around that long. I know how it was back in the day. I know how it was before it became all this. To me, it's just like that little piece of information that I like to have. So that's why I always kind of bring it up, that I've been around since 2009. But realistically, I don't think it really matters, because the saddest thing that I've seen, or one of the sadder things that I've seen over time when it comes to like YouTube and just like a lot of channels in general, is when they stop uploading content anymore. So when they don't take the time to actually create videos and try to upload or do something at least once a month, or maybe even once in a blue moon, every couple months, every year, something. But there's been a lot of channels where I've seen people just, call it quits or not want to upload anymore because personal life either gets in the way or they have other goals for themselves, which is fine. I'm just saying it's pretty sad when you watch somebody's content in their videos for a period of time, and then they kind of just decide that they don't want to do that anymore in life. Even if you enjoy the content, it's always sad when I see channels that just, they go dead after a couple months and a couple years and nothing is ever uploaded again, which obviously has happened to a couple of my channels in the past that I've made. But this one currently, Phenomena Legend Killers, it's definitely my most consistent, and I'm definitely here to stay.
Nice work, you two. If it's important to you, it's important to us.
Phenomena basically represents everything that I do with my music. So anything related with my music, that's usually Phenomena. And then anything with gaming or just other entertainment stuff is usually for Legend Killers, but mostly gaming. So one day, if I ever have the chance to create my own competitive team or just my own gaming team, whatever, I would like them to be the Legend Killers. So that's why the name of the channel is Phenomena Legend Killers. It's a combination of my music and basically just my gaming stuff, gaming content.
We've got the perfect grill for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg,
However, in general,
Blackstone.
I would like this channel to obviously reach that red diamond goal one day. There's only a certain amount of channels that have ever accomplished that reward. WWE is one of them. So when I think about my channel, I really want to grow it into a really good place where it's not just my content and not just my ideas, but other people that I like watching and other people that I want to work with too. They can kind of come here and share their ideas and grow their fans as well. But I would love one day, personally, when we talk about my music and everything, performing at Hard Rock Cafe in Niagara Falls. That would be pretty cool. Even for me, just to be able to perform at Shays in the Theater District in Buffalo, New York, downtown Buffalo Shays, that would be fucking amazing. That would be like a dream come true. I mean, that would be highest achievement for me even possible in my life. I couldn't even imagine trying to do anything better than that or even having an opportunity better than that. But Shays is up there for me. Performing there, Theater District, downtown Buffalo. Possibly even one day the Sabres Arena and the new Buffalo Bills Stadium.
The new Red Bull Summer Edition. With the taste of
Fun fact, my dad is actually buried across from the Buffalo Bills Stadium. He is located in the cemetery in Orchard Park. So that's another reason I don't really get to go out too much and visit him. I don't really get to go out to Orchard Park too much or by the Bills Stadium. So it has been a while since I've actually been out there. I think it might be going on like 7 years, something like that. 7 years since I've actually been to the location where he's buried at that cemetery. But he is across from the Buffalo Bills Stadium. Basically, the cemetery right there in Orchard Park. But that's always, at least, we put him somewhere where he kind of belongs. He never got to reach retirement and kind of do his goal of just wanting to move to Florida, buy a boat, do some fishing. That's all he really wanted. But he never really got to see that. He died at 53. And that's why we always get worried about my mom. But the thing with my parents' generation, they were mainly from Lackawanna. And the Bethlehem steel plant was a really big factor in Buffalo, New York back in the day. So if you don't know your history of Buffalo, New York, the Bethlehem steel plant used to exist in Lackawanna. And that used to be a really big driving force behind a lot of the jobs and just a lot of success of the population of Buffalo in general. Like all the people here were known for just being either steel workers or just some kind of construction worker, something along those lines. So the Bethlehem steel plant in Lackawanna was really important for my mom and my dad's generation and everybody that they were related to, all of their friends, all their family. Once it closed down, Buffalo took a tremendous hit. Like it went into decline after they closed out Bethlehem Steel. People were out of jobs. They started looking for work. I think my dad, he definitely went through a hard period of time, but he lived through a lot in his life.
I went to high school.
My mom is still here. My mom, she's got to, have the privilege to see Josh Allen and the new Buffalo Bills and this current Sabres team at least. So that we can at least say, she has had the privilege to be here with us, which is nice. I just know for so many people out there in Buffalo, New York, they've had so many family members, so many loved ones, so many friends over the years where they just want to see the Buffalo Sabres or the Buffalo Bills win that championship, finally wear that ring with pride, with honor. And we've lost a lot along the way. We've lost a lot along the way. We've lost some good people down the road. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, 2026, round 2 of the 2026 NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. The sport we know and love called hockey, happening once again here in Buffalo, New York for Game 7. The Sabres, they are down right now, but they are not out. They still have 2 periods to make up for a lackluster first. Not the greatest play or performance in the first by the Buffalo Sabres. But nobody's going to take the microphone out of their hands. Nobody's going to tell them they're in the wrong field. The Buffalo Sabres just have to kind of deal with it and realize this is what they got themselves into for a Game 7 with Montreal. Buffalo gonna have to do the steps necessary offensively and defensively now to come back in this game for the next 2 periods. We are talking about a team, though, the Buffalo Sabres, ranked very high, seated very high here in the playoffs, and ranked second overall in the Eastern Conference. So if there is a team that can bring it back, it has to be a team like the Buffalo Sabres.
Password 1, 2, 3, 4. Incorrect password. Technology, am I right?
We need a new tech lead.
Sponsor your job on Indeed and get matched with quality candidates when you need them most. Visit Indeed.com/hire now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Game 7 in Buffalo will continue here. We are just a few minutes now back from commercial break, so the game should be getting started momentarily again for us. And yes, now they've got it all down in Buffalo. They're working the cameras. They figured out how to turn them back on and how to hit record. Put the red light on that motherfucker.
Continue to thrive. This is the 4th game in Buffalo. Montreal won 2 of the first 3. And including the first period tonight, they've now outscored the Sabres here at KeyBank Center. 15-8. They have 4.
I'm just taking a look at something real quick, ladies and gentlemen, because I did want to mention this as well. But right now, I'm not exactly seeing what I'm looking for, so I might just have to check that one off and get back to my stream here. I was going to show you guys something, but it doesn't look like I'm able to right now. So we're just going to chalk that one off the board. Ray Ferraro thinks the Sabres are holding back a little bit here, and I don't blame him. This is Montreal's preferred flavor. They like things like this. Montreal 2-0 right now. At the start of the second period in Buffalo, Game 7 situation. Sabres win the opening faceoff at the second. And it is Buffalo on the attack here. Immediately at the start of the second period, that puck hits a player down low. Alex Tuck gets the rebound. He puts it on net. That one goes over the goalie's head. Now the Sabres fight for it behind the net, and it goes back to Montreal. The Canadiens now send it around the boards. Dump and chase. They get there. Fight for it right now in the Buffalo zone. Looks like Matthias Samuelsson trying to fight back for it. And he gets it for the Sabres. Good pickup right there. Samuelsson for Buffalo. And this is going to be an icing.
Stylistically, Sean, this Game 7 is a lot different from Montreal than their first round against Tampa. But Stefan Robidoux told me he feels the experience.
The Buffalo Sabres are still down by 2 goals on home ice.
One area they're watching, though, is getting out of their own zone. Buffalo's four.
And it is Game 7, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, you can tell the fans very quiet. There's still energy in the building, no doubt about it. They still want the Sabres to come back. But right now, the saber-toothed tiger is bleeding in Buffalo. And the blood can be seen on the ice as the Montreal Canadiens are just trying to add salt to the wounds of the saber-toothed tiger cat. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Buffalo Sabres and the Montreal Canadiens sit at 18 minutes and 45 seconds left in the second. Sabres get the puck back in the Canadian zone. But just nothing happening for them so far offensively. Montreal Canadiens playing good defense with only 2 minutes gone in the second period. Thompson tries to pass it to the center for Buffalo. That rebound goes back to Montreal, who send it down the ice and put it off the pads of Luukkonen. It's actually going to be called icing on Montreal. 18 minutes and 10 seconds remain in the second. And the Sabres are still trying to fight from both ends of the ice, defensively and offensively, to keep this game in their story.
He's got really quick feet, and he's got a nose for where the danger is. So he gets himself into the middle of it. There he creates off the wraparound.
So far, Zach Benson, 3 goals in the series against Montreal, and he had 13 in the regular season. Zach Benson, not a bad player at all here for the Buffalo Sabres. Definitely somebody we're going to have to keep around. Good pass. Sabres took a shot. That might have been one of the better ones that they've had so far in the game.
They couldn't get it past Dobish.
Heard some commotion down there. They were saying that the goalie didn't have it and now he has it. The puck was loose as the players were fighting for it. And that was a really good opportunity right there for the Buffalo Sabres. And it is true, the goalie never had possession of the puck. It was on his pads. But the Sabres are allowed to continue to play as long as the goalie doesn't have it frozen up. So the goalie did make the necessary stops to keep the goal from happening. But the Sabres wanted, obviously, to make that one count. With only 17 minutes and 35 seconds left in the second, Sabres now probably trying to get a little desperate out there on the ice. We might start seeing some greasy goals out of them. Some greaseball shit still to come out of the Sabres. I might not like it, but if it's going to give us the goal. And now here's a penalty on the Canadiens. It's a high-sticking 4 minutes on the Montreal Canadiens. So the stick goes into the face of Norris, puts him down on the ice, and that is going to be a 4-minute penalty on the Montreal Canadiens for high-sticking. Oh, no, it's on Buffalo. It was actually the Sabres hit his own player. It was Benson who hit Norris in the face. Friendly fire, ladies and gentlemen. Friendly fire for the Buffalo Sabres.
But they're going to go to the headset, and the video will show them that this is Zach Benson's stick.
And on the video review, it is clear that friendly fire is the cause of Norris having to go down on the ice.
They have their review and they call a high stick double minor.
And Zach Benson puts the high stick right into the face and the mouth of Norris' mouth.
That'll be rescinded, I believe.
After review number 6 from Buffalo is the one that high sticked and no penalty. Face off outside.
No penalty on the Buffalo Sabres, but it is high sticking on Zach Benson, who takes the call for friendly fire as he hit his own teammate with his own stick. Norris got hit right in the mouth, had to go down on the ice, but no penalty has been given to the Sabres as it was friendly fire. So now, ladies and gentlemen, 17 minutes and 20 seconds remain in the second, and the Sabres win the faceoff at center. Shot on goal. That one gets away from the goalie, who's still trying to find it. Now, Montreal get it back behind their net. It is the Canadiens trying to move it past center ice. They get it done. But just a dump and chase right now. Buffalo end up back in possession. Now the Sabres send it back down to center ice. And Buffalo called for offsides. Offsides called on Tage Thompson, number 72. Although I think in the future we should definitely put a 20 on his jersey, because that is the Thompson submachine gun, Tommy 20, as I like to call him, for the Buffalo Sabres. Growing up, I used to have a Tommy 20 Nerf gun. I really miss that thing. I lost all the Nerf darts, but it was just cool to have it as like a movie prop or whatever. Not an exact movie prop, but you know what I mean. Now the Sabres do win the face-off at center ice again. 16:45 left in the second. Still Buffalo down by 2 goals. That one, Doan, number 91. Got a nice one-timer, power shot on the net. Goalie ready for him, though, and now Luukkonen has to do the exact same thing on the other end for Buffalo. He ends up freezing the puck. And the biscuit currently frozen. As another face-off will begin shortly. Luukkonen getting snowed by the Montreal Canadiens. He's got to get the snow off his jersey. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you've never played hockey, snowing the goalie is a little bit of a greasy strategy. It's a little bit of a underhanded tactic when teams decide to snow the goalie and blind them. As I've said, one of my quotes, pepper spray, when teams like to sit in the zone and take a lot of shots. A little bit of a different version than that could be called snowing the goalie, when you're just trying to intentionally blind the goalie and take away his vision by creating a snow flurry in his eyes and his mask, putting that ass in a snow globe and shaking it all around. But the Montreal Canadiens trying to play a little dirty here in Buffalo for Game 7. Even though they are up by the 2 goals, Luukkonen definitely feeling the pressure. Defense really has to play strong this game for Buffalo and the Sabres. If Buffalo want to keep their season alive. Again, ladies and gentlemen, tonight one team will advance, one team will get eliminated. That we can confirm before this one is even over.
Wearing number 76, which PK Subban thinks should have been retired by the Canadiens, but it is not. Here's Benson on the move. Drops it off.
Commentators in Buffalo kind of unhappy that a Montreal Canadian player wearing 76 felt like it should have been retired for PK Subban. And that ceremony still hasn't happened in Montreal. Zach Benson has not had much ice time. Good move right there from Tage Thompson. Able to puck dribble away from the defense, but sends it around the boards, and the puck goes back on the stick of the Canadiens here. And a hit right there from Montreal. Damn near sent a player into the Buffalo bench. The Canadiens right now dumping chase around the boards. And that one goes right back to Buffalo immediately now, who have a man advantage. Buffalo trying to hold on to it, looking for the right play. Sabres still passing it around here in the Canadian zone. Good passing here from the Sabres. Duane took the last shot. His one way too off. No accuracy there on the last shot from Duane. That one didn't even hit the net. Now it is the Sabres who have the puck behind their net in the defensive zone. 94 for Buffalo. Sends it up to center ice. Tuck passing it around for the Sabres now. And Buffalo skating it around at center ice. Really just slowing down the game right now, trying to take all the momentum from the Canadiens as they are still on fire from their last 2 goals scored in the first. Canadiens right now have all the momentum, all good feelings on their side, as it is still quiet for the Buffalo Sabres playing in home tonight. They have the advantage, home ice advantage. But currently in this game, it doesn't feel that way as the Canadiens sit comfortably with 2-0, and now this play gets stopped. Looks like just an offsides call, no penalty. So now, ladies and gentlemen, only a few minutes remain in the second. The Sabres still goalless. They have nothing scored through 1 period, and now could the same thing be said for the second? As I said, the Sabres, they are under a lot of pressure right now at home. Defense really has to play good. They've already given up 2, so they're going to have to be even fucking better moving forward. And then offense, the shooters are still trying to get this game back for Buffalo. Sabres still don't have a goal in 2, so the shooters are still working hard, but that defense, they are going to have to be what I consider flawless for the remainder of Game 7 if the Sabres really want to advance to the next round. Because right now, the Sabres are struggling against the Montreal Canadiens. Defense hasn't really been the strongest for the Buffalo Sabres. Possibly in the draft. I know a lot of people might not agree with me, but I feel like we definitely need to work on the Sabres defense. We got some players that I like. It's just Duane, man. I'm not saying we got to take him off the team or we got to trade him, but at least take the fucking C off his jersey because defensively, not my favorite. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to need another goon or another enforcer, just somebody that's not afraid to get the hands dirty when we need to get the hands dirty. Right now, the boys need to get their hands dirty in Buffalo, and they're just not playing physically enough, aggressive enough right now to back down the Montreal Canadiens. Like I said, Canadiens just kind of all in the Sabres' face for the last 2 periods, and the Sabres just getting pushed around here on the ice. As there are still no goals on the board. Canadiens 2-0. We still got a couple minutes left in the second, but the Buffalo Sabres really going to have to start fighting back. 13 minutes, 52 seconds for the second. So this Sabres team, they still got 13 minutes here to try to make that miracle happen, at least get a goal back for your team here, because right now the boys need it. They need some kind of momentum shift. They need the mood ring to change colors. And this one gets sent out of play by Benson. That is a stop out of bounds for the Buffalo Sabres. Ladies and gentlemen, currently my goal for the channel is to hit 300 subscribers. Please do not feel shy to show your support. When you do subscribe, unfortunately, I can't see it until the live stream is over, until this video ends. That's when I get to find out all the data and all the analytics of everything that happened during the stream. But if you do subscribe and you want to have a chat or you just want to let me know about it or you want a shout out, again, definitely allowed. Hit that subscribe button, let me know, and I'll definitely give you the shout out. Maybe even check out your channel if you want me to. But right now, currently going for 300 subscribers. That is my goal. Once we hit that, I will try to do something special to celebrate here with everybody on the channel. So 300 subscribers is definitely the goal currently for myself and my channel. Thank you anybody out there who has contributed and helped out. The Canadiens win the face-off in the Sabres zone. Good spinorama right there from the Canadiens. Get the puck away from Buffalo. Passed it to the front of the net, but Luukkonen able to clear that one out of harm's way. And the Sabres have control of the puck behind their net. Again, Buffalo only 13 minutes and 10 seconds left in the second to try to get that comeback goal started here for the team. And the Sabres right now skating on the back of their heels. They pass the puck over the blue line. It is a legal pass. Now the Sabres still control it after some physicality. Laying down the smackdown on the ice. Now the Sabres, after some missed shots right there, get the puck back again. And the Canadiens finally take it away in their zone. And a couple bodies right there getting tripped, but no calls on the ice. Sabres end up back with it. Shot right there for the Sabres. Gets down low, batted down low to Duane, who was positioned in front of the net, just couldn't get that rebound on his stick.
That's the second time this
Sabres, good pressure right there on that last possession. 12 minutes and 22 seconds remain in the second period.
Hudson got knocked off the puck a couple of times. He made a good block there as he
Puck gets batted down and blocked by the Canadiens, who just got it away from Duane there, who was positioned in front of the goalie. Not only Duane, but also Benson, so that one could have got really crazy for the Canadiens had they not been set up defensively. Montreal, 14 shots, and Buffalo, 12, currently in the second period. All the shots that have been accounted for so far in the second. Now, the puck once again goes out of bounds into the player's bench, and this will be a stop on play.
You see Samuelson pinching down the boards. The Sabres, even early in the game, they were running down the walls, pinching as much as they could, trying to keep the play in the offense.
Number 23 out there for the Sabres, Samuelson. He's an alternate captain. He has the A on his jersey. Well deserved. I do know Samuelson has been getting his hands dirty. He's definitely been playing physical, laying down the smackdown in Buffalo when necessary. This face-off will be in the Montreal zone. It will be restarted after that last attempt. Nobody won it. Tie on the face-off. Now on the restart, Montreal win it in their zone. Canadiens skate it back to center ice. Sabres get it back at center now. Duane skates it in for the Sabres. Good pass. Center pass to Norris. He couldn't find it on his stick. That was a whiff on the shot from Norris. And the Montreal Canadiens, no stranger to punishing teams when they whiff on shots. Good chance here for 17, the Canadiens. He goes right into the net. That's going to get stopped. Montreal Canadiens went flying into the Buffalo goalie, and Buffalo didn't like that one bit. Net gets moved out of position, as you can see it there. And, of course, now boys going to have some words with each other. Hey, listen, you might want to slow down the Jets. You might want to take some rocket fuel out of the fucking electric skates. Instead of the 24-volt battery, you might want to change it up to the 12-volt battery. And instead of having it on Rabbit, you need to put it back to Turtle. Because hits like that on Buffalo goalies might lead to penalty shots, or even worse for Montreal, just unnecessary penalties in general. Obviously, goalie interference, unsportsmanlike conduct. Mans goes flying into the net and then lays there in pain afterwards. That's what happens when you go full speed into a Buffalo goalie. You're going to feel the effects, and you're probably going to take a couple minutes to get up off the ice. He probably still has the air knocked out of him, knowing myself playing hockey. That didn't look like a really good hit to take. Not the easiest hit to walk off the ice from, but Montreal still playing here as the game will continue. No shortage of hits between the Sabres and the Canadiens.
Had a good night for the Canadiens. He had an assist in that.
11 minutes and 10 seconds remain in the second. The Sabres still trying to find that comeback goal, which unfortunately is all we can say for the Buffalo Sabres, if they are down 2-0 home ice in Buffalo for this tiebreaker Game 7. This face-off will happen in the Montreal zone. And Montreal wins it. The Canadiens take it past center ice. Dump it in past the blue line now. Montreal gets there first. And the Sabres end up back with it. Buffalo 3-on-2, and they absolutely choke it right there. 3-on-2 for the Buffalo Sabres, and no accuracy on the passes whatsoever from whatever line we had out there. 17 Zucker. It's the Zucker line. But the Sabres keep getting the puck taken away from them. This line right now really not doing anything positive for the Buffalo Sabres. That's a crazy-ass rebound that Luukkonen sent right in to danger, but the Sabres able to defend it enough. Right now, Sabres have the puck still being passed around in their zone. Now Buffalo gets it back behind the net. And Greenway out there for the Sabres. He's a player I haven't liked too much in the series. If there is one contract that I wouldn't extend or a player that I would trade, it's most likely Jordan Greenway. Just because of his personality and his characteristics I have seen. Buffalo thought they had a goal right there, but the goaltender able to cover it just in time. Sabres players thought they got just enough on it to get it past, but not anything getting past the Montreal goaltender right now. It is the 203rd Game 7 in Stanley Cup playoff history. This Game 7 between the Sabres and the Canadiens, number 207 for the NHL. A total of 207 historic Game 7s for the NHL. They're showing off the Taco Bell commercials.
Where's the doorman?
There is no doorman.
That's why we're waiting.
Try Taco Bell's $5, $7, and $9 lunch box.
Knock, knock, Capital One Bank guy. I just moved into the neighborhood. Can I borrow some Wi-Fi? That's what the Capital One cafe is here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. The Buffalo Sabres still have no goals with damn near 2 periods passed in a Game 7 in Buffalo.
That name on your shirt?
All the heart of the cards that they could draw.
Because Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance to save.
And the worst one that could be in their future
Now let's get out
is
there.
a blowout in Buffalo, sending all the fans home unhappy and
Parents need to stay over there.
just getting embarrassed here at a Game 7. So close to that Eastern Conference Championship. But the Montreal Canadiens, they're still fighting. They showed up to play tonight, that is for sure. You can definitely believe that the Montreal Canadiens showed up to play a hockey game tonight. And like I said, one of the positive stats, one of the more rare stats even for the Canadiens, that is not something that we can say too often, they're undefeated after a loss. So the Buffalo Sabres technically won Game 6 in Montreal. That would mean everything should be in Montreal's favor tonight with the undefeated streak. The Sabres are going to have to act like Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania 30, and they're going to have to act like Brock Lesnar real fucking quick if they want to end this undefeated streak from the Canadiens after they take a loss, because once the Canadiens take a loss in the playoffs, it just seems like they make up for all their mistakes. They watch the right video footage. They're seeing all the plays that Buffalo is going to make, and they know exactly when Buffalo is going to make them. What is Thompson and Evans are out here waiting for the referee to drop the puck, and the referee is just hanging out. Thompson is just like, buddy, just drop the fucking puck already. Can we get the game started again? Like, all the fans here are waiting for a hockey game, damn it. Who's paying these NHL referees? Who's paying these referees at the NFL and the Bills games and the Kansas City Chiefs games? Again, I don't make those kind of decisions. I don't sign the paychecks. I just know that they have some fucking idiots sometimes out there that are able to take care of themselves and buy some nice things in life when they shouldn't have that ability to. When the Sabres are sitting down by 2 goals in Buffalo, ref, we've had how many tripping calls uncalled? I'm just saying. Now the Sabres passing it around in the Montreal zone. That is one of my biggest flaws, too, with Delaware North. When I actually agreed to go back and work for them, I started as a runner in the 200 level in the club suites. So basically, all the club suites, I was a runner, basically just delivered food and drink after that season, I did security for the Buffalo Sabres, so I actually was hired by the Sabres, and the Bandits was actually a part of the team. Worked real security. And then, when I decided to go back again, I wanted to be a runner for Delaware North because that's actually what I enjoyed, and I kind of missed everybody that I used to work with. So I thought, yeah, you know what? Even though I'll make less money, I might get to see some pretty cool events. I go to the interview, and they basically say, yeah, no, we're only hiring for concessions right now. I was like, that's fine. At any point, if I kind of want my old job back, and if I want to do a runner, can I be a runner again? Like, can I just go back to my old job? Oh, yeah, you know, no problem. Apparently, when I wanted my old job back, that was a problem. They fired me just before my birthday. One of the things that I absolutely hated was that they basically treated me like a number. I wasn't allowed to enjoy anything anymore. Wasn't allowed to have any time to myself, any time to enjoy the game. It was really just show up and be a slave and do what your boss tells you because they have the power and all the authority to tell you, and you either have to listen or you're just not going to work there. But one of the things I really hated is over the years as a person, me, myself as a worker, I felt like I've really built up a really good resume for myself. I was a crew leader for AMC Movie Theater. I went to welding school and I earned a welding and fabrication certificate. I fucking worked in real restaurants, Italian restaurants. I know how to actually cook, just like a chef. I felt like over the years, I really worked up this good resume for myself. And then when I went back and they kind of treat you like, oh, you know, you're not allowed to talk to anybody. You're not allowed to even associate with Sabretooth. You can't give Sabretooth a high five. You can't say, what's up, Sabretooth? That's a mascot. You can't do a fucking thing. You got 10 minutes to take a break. You can't even go to, let's say you didn't even want to eat food. You didn't want to eat or drink on your break. You just want to watch 10 minutes of the hockey game. Nope, that's not allowed because God forbid you want to enjoy 10 minutes of a hockey game. Somebody's going to rat you out because that's how they work over there now at the arena. And it was just a bunch of bullshit. I said, listen, this isn't what I'm comfortable with. This isn't what I want to do. I even asked them, is it okay if I can just remain somewhere permanently instead of being bounced all the fuck over at different concession stands and having to constantly fucking be somewhere new every game. Every game, it was like a fucking different stand, fucking go do this, go work with these people, new people that I didn't even know. And I didn't like that. I didn't like that energy. I didn't like that type of chemistry. So I told them, listen, is it cool if I can just go back to being a runner again? Well, you know, we have the right and we have the authority to put you wherever we want. I said, all right, man, let me just put in a fucking 2-week notice. And the first time I ever was going to put in a 2-week notice in my life, that's what happened. I get fired before my birthday. So learn my lesson from that. Never doing that again. Never giving anybody the 2-week notice ever again. I'll just walk the fuck out if I'm not happy. And all my friends and family know I will, trust me. I tried to give them the courtesy and I tried to be a decent human being for once in my life. I was like, yeah, you know, I'm not trying to give anybody a problem. I'm not trying to fucking... The Buffalo Sabres, ladies and gentlemen, get a goal back, finally. It's finally 2-1 in Buffalo. And the fans have something to be happy about and cheer for now. As it looks like 23 Samuelson for the Sabres gets the comeback goal right there. But decided to put in the 2-week notice, and that was the result. That was the outcome. So I said, okay, I see where we stand. But for me, you could really just, even in the emails talking to these people and shit, you could just tell the authority or just the power trip in their ability to have a conversation. I never liked how they were really just hiring people off the street. I felt like I worked up a pretty good resume for myself. Like I said, I took the entire effort and the time to go through the hiring process and to actually apply myself and to hope that I was good enough to be accepted. And when I went to orientation, when at least I got hired back, and yeah, I was dealing with the concessions managers and stuff, I didn't care for it much because, again, I didn't like being talked to like that. I didn't like feeling like we were all just getting hired off the streets. Like they had just fucking found people off the streets and are going to give people jobs. But I wasn't a fan of that feeling at all, where it just felt like, okay, they're just going to hire people off the street, kind of give them a job. And that's the thing that sucked too. It's like, I put in the time to build up this resume for myself, to kind of show it to people, to impress them. And they're just going to hire whoever the fuck they want to hire. I don't like that type of shit. I remember having a lot of conversations at the Sabres arena where people weren't even like hockey fans, or they weren't even fans of the Sabres, anything. I want to be surrounded by people who love this and who love what we do, want to do what we do. Yeah, it's a job. You don't have to love your job, but at least if you're going to fucking work here, you should work here for, some benefit reasons. And honestly, the highest pay that I ever seen working at the Buffalo Sabres, my entire time, maybe like $200, a little over $200. The Buffalo Sabres, ladies and gentlemen, have found a way to get the goal to come back in this game.
He's had chances again tonight. Lobbed ahead, they're hoping for Newhook. Duane defending.
And the Buffalo Sabres right now trying to play defense in their zone. But I really didn't care for it. Feeling like I was just hired with people who were just hired because they needed to fucking fill slots or whatever. They needed people to do what they need to tell them and shit. Me, my thing is, like, I always want to feel like I'm a teammate, or at least a valuable teammate. I have no problem working for you and doing the necessary work and working hard. If we're going to be there all day, all night, whatever. But I want to feel like it at least matters and that people at least appreciate the work that I put in or the effort that I try to give them. If you're not going to appreciate the effort and you're not going to appreciate me as a teammate, I'm going to leave. I just want to be treated as a valuable teammate. And I just ask to be treated as part of the team. 4 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, 31 seconds remain in the second, and the Buffalo Sabres have found a comeback goal. It is currently 2-1. The Canadiens still lead over the Sabres by a goal. I mean, we can definitely talk about it more during the next intermission. But for me, I'll just say, I'm not the type of person where I feel like you're going to hire me just because you need to hire people or whatever.
We're here for it.
You desperately are like low in employees and you just kind of need people. You just need hands on deck so that way you can fucking, have people slaving away in a back room all fucking game for 3 hours. But I liked being a runner. I really wanted to go back and work with the people that I got to work with before. That's why I went back and tried to be a runner in the first place again. But yeah, they were like, we're just hiring for concessions right now. So I kind of decided to bite the bullet. I knew I wasn't going to like it, but I just said I was under the impression that I could always go back to what I was doing. And I never got to even work with any of the people that I worked with before. So I kind of missed them. I still miss kind of doing the running because I did get to see some nice events and have some chances to at least include myself in on the fun when I wanted to. I feel like a lot of the mentality for people that are the concessions managers for Delaware North, obviously they know runners. They're on that 200 level. They're around all the suites and all the club levels. So it's a little bit more laid back up there. Not exactly. Not entirely laid back. But you do get to enjoy the events, and you do get to have some time to enjoy things a little bit more. I think they just want to keep people at the bottom of the fucking list, and, they don't want people to enjoy themselves. Even if you work there, you're not going to have the opportunity to fucking have a good time, and that's something that I really dislike. I work there for a reason, obviously for some of the benefits, and that those benefits include being able to watch some of the games and enjoy my fucking time while I work for the team and anybody else, the Delaware North. 4 minutes and 24 seconds remain in the second. Personally, no problems myself with the Buffalo Sabres or the Buffalo Bandits. It really comes more with like Delaware North and just really a lot of the way that they treated me when I decided to return. And, you know, me, I was kind of like at the point in my life too. The only reason I decided to go back and even work for the Buffalo Sabres and do the concessions in Delaware North was because nobody was hiring me for welding. Even though I completed all my welding training and I got my certificate to be a welder, any place that I would even apply to or any kind of interview, they're just like, yeah, we need people with like 5 years experience. We want people that know how to do this, know how to do that. So they would kind of just like turn me away immediately. Even though I had just gone through all the necessary training and requirements to kind of teach myself, they were just like, yeah, you got no 5-year experience, no 6-year experience. They won't even look at you. And one of the things I will say that really sucks about like current construction, like today, as a person, if you work in the field of construction or anything like that, a lot of the people that are higher above or have been doing it for longer, they don't really want to take the time to train a lot of the newcomers or a lot of the young guys. And that's really unfortunate to me because I've always tried to be the type of person where it's like if I see somebody that needs help or if I just got to take the time to try to teach somebody something, I absolutely will. So when I did construction for the first time, that was one of the things that I really hated was just all the people that are higher above you or have been doing it for longer. They don't even want to show you the right way to do it or take the time to teach you how to do it. The first ever construction job I had doing welding and actually working with concrete and trying to do stuff with like bricklaying and stuff, but it was more like just concrete. Basically, the first time I got to meet everybody, I got to meet the foreman on site. The foreman was really cool, had no problems with any of those people. But then they sent me off to my group where I was going to be working with the concrete guys. And I immediately, you know, I tried to like introduce myself, tried to like make myself get in, you know, be nice. Nobody wanted to talk to me. I remember saying hello and hi to a couple people and they just ignored me and wouldn't even say anything to me. They had a sign-in paper, and this was like the first red flag for me. We are grown-ass men working in a construction site, and we have to sign in on a fucking piece of paper and a pencil like we're in fucking elementary school and preschool. This is how they keep track of your fucking paychecks and your hours, ladies and gentlemen. Fucking piece of paper and a pencil. For guys still working in their 50s and 60s. Amazing. But that was the first red flag for me. And then when I went to the actual group that I was assigned to for the cement and the welding, the head of the group or the leader of the group, whatever you want to call him, the crew leader, whatever, the first thing he said to me was, oh, well, who are you working for? What group are you with? What company are you with? And I mean, I'm wearing an entire shirt and a hard hat that says who I'm with. Told him, you know, I'm with these guys right here. And he's like, all you guys come in here and all you new kids say that you're always with them. And he just kept asking me like stupid questions, kept like making stupid comments. He said, all you guys that come in here always say you're with them. And he's like, who's paying you? And I'm like, I haven't even gotten paid yet. It was my first day ever on the job. And from, you know, he was like, who are you working with? It says right on my shirt who I'm working with. He went from who are you working with to who's paying you. I hadn't even gotten paid yet, never had even received a single hour of pay. So I told him I haven't even gotten paid yet. And he was like, well, I know you haven't gotten paid yet. And I get so pissed off with people. I basically get to the point where I'm so pissed off. I was like, what point are you trying to make? Like, what point are you trying to get to? And he was like, well, I'm basically trying to decide if I'm going to boss you around today or not. I just walked the fuck off. You can pretty much boss yourself around after that, buddy. Stick your own dick in your ass and boss yourself around after that, because it ain't going to be me. So after he said that shit to me and he didn't even want to take time to help me or treat me like a fucking person, I just walked the fuck off. I didn't even sign in. There was no sign in. Didn't make any kind of pay. That was the first time I ever worked there and the last. Didn't get paid for it, anything. So wasted gas, wasted time going out there, waking up at like 4 a.m. just to go to a job site at 6 a.m. in the morning and have to deal with fucking assholes. But that's kind of why I'm doing the thing that I'm doing right now in my life. I've really just been doing DoorDash. Shout out to WWE. I know they're partnered with DoorDash right now. Again, ladies and gentlemen, things in my life come full circle. But I've really just been doing DoorDash a lot for myself because, again, I feel like it's better than me having to deal with assholes who don't even appreciate the effort or the work that I am trying to do for them. On Mondays and Tuesdays, these are usually my off days from work, so I don't DoorDash on Mondays and Tuesdays. These are usually Tuesdays specifically are for YouTube videos. I try to upload every Tuesday now, especially for this year and moving forward. Right now, I would technically be in my music studio and I would be working on some new songs or just some new ideas. But we're here tonight watching the Buffalo Sabres, Game 7 in Buffalo against the Montreal Canadiens. It is Monday Night Raw, ladies and gentlemen, so that is the reason for the red lights, not just the throwback here for the Sabres red goat. The goat head jerseys. Even though they call it the goat head jerseys, it always has looked like a Buffalo to me. And the face-off to be restarted here in the Montreal zone. Only 31 seconds remain in the second period. And the Canadiens win the face-off in their zone. They cleared out of danger there. Time ticking away. Only 20 seconds left in the second.
Fast enough and try to regroup. As they are on the ropes at the moment, protecting that lead. Here's Thompson.
So for me, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, the final seconds here are pretty much just ticking away. Sabres are taking some final shots at it, but everything right now getting frozen up on them. And that is the end of the period. As the horn sounds, the Sabres did get the comeback goal. It is currently 2-1 Canadiens over the Sabres in Buffalo for Game 7. And the next intermission still to come. So me personally, the way I've been doing things, at least for 2026 this year, I've been working DoorDash. Like I said, it's better for me because I don't have to deal with an asshole or somebody who doesn't even appreciate the work or the effort that I put in for them. That's really why I'm just trying to do more solo stuff right now, because I am just so tired of having to deal with fucking people who feel like they can decide how my life is or whatever. Hire me and fire me when they want. Have me work hours when it's convenient for them and shit. And really, I've been dealing with so many assholes and so many comments. I'm usually the type of person where I'll just not even fucking give you the time of day. I'll just walk away if I'm really fucking upset and if I'm really fucking angry. Lately, when I've been dealing with people and, bosses and people that I work with, I've been getting to the point where I've been thinking about fucking putting my hands on people. And I know that's not the right thing to do. Instead of just fucking keeping my mouth shut and walking away, I've really been wanting to fucking put my hands on people because it is legal here in New York. I've actually studied the law. I was a security guard for the Buffalo Sabres. People in Buffalo are allowed to fight legally. You can legally fight people if both parties agree to fight. That is when it is legal. It is illegal when one party does not agree to fight. If one party does not want to fight, that is when it is illegal, and that is when it is considered assault. And self-defense, obviously. So, in Buffalo, we have people fight at bars all the time. There's scuffles and altercations all the time. Police just don't even care. Unless you fucking kill somebody or somebody seriously gets injured, you might spend a night in jail, but there's not going to be any serious repercussions because people in Buffalo decided to get into a hand-to-hand fight with each other. I can assure you, and I can promise you, ladies and gentlemen, the police have way different things to worry about, way better things to worry about than some drunk people getting into a fight at Buffalo. But like I said, me, myself, there's been a lot of comments from people where, sometimes they might be breaking your balls, but it's not fucking breaking my balls when, you're being a jerk off and a fucking asshole every day when I see you. Like I said, I'm the type of person where I just need to fucking get away from all that. I don't like to play nice around people. If you're going to make those kind of comments around me, you probably shouldn't, because like I said, it's going to make me want to fucking put my hands on you. And I know that's not the right thing to do, but that's honestly going to start to be the consequence for people that need to realize that's the result of their actions. I feel like that really needs to happen to people who just don't realize that they can they think that they can make any kind of comments or that they can say whatever they want to people out there in the real world and out there in life. But again, I'm the type of person, you say the wrong shit to me, and if you keep saying it enough times, I'm finally going to break, and I'm going to put my fucking hands on you. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I'm trained in Taekwondo. I'm trained to defend myself. I'm not trained to just intentionally go out there and assault people, but it gets to that point in the real world, dealing with people who think they have the authority or just, some kind of control over people in life, man. I just don't like dealing with those kind of people. If you're not going to, treat me like your friend, again, if you're not going to treat me like a teammate, all I want to do is be treated like a teammate and be treated like a valuable teammate. If you're not going to treat me like that, I'm going to leave. So like I said, guys, people in Buffalo, they get into bar fights all the time. There's drunk fights all the time happen in Buffalo, New York. The police really don't care. They have way bigger problems to worry about than a drunk fight in Buffalo, New York, which is usually every weekend or every other day here in the city. But I feel like that's honestly the better way for me to go right now. Currently just trying to focus on doing a lot more for myself and stepping away from all the people who are really just taking me down that negative road or just those negative thoughts.
Visit Indeed.com/hire now. Buckets. Whatever you got.
I think DoorDash has been fine. Really for me though, I had to take my car off the road, so I've just been on my bicycle. Pushing on the pedal pusher. Pushing on the pedals. So I had to take my car off the road. Don't even have the ability to afford insurance anymore. So I've really just been trying to think of all the great stuff and all the things that I would like to do at least this year for my YouTube channel. Try to think of new ways to improve and increase the content on the channel, at least for this year. I know we had to take a step back from the gaming, which I do think is sad. But as I mentioned earlier, my birthday coming up October 18th. Maybe for my birthday if we're lucky. Maybe for my birthday if we're lucky. I would really like to play Silent Hill Townfall and Silent Hill F. Silent Hill F is like the all-Japanese version of Silent Hill currently. And Silent Hill F and Silent Hill Townfall both look really fucking good. And I would really like to sit down and play those one day. Hopefully for my birthday. Maybe they'll have some kind of like October sale, some kind of like Halloween deal. I would hope to get like a 2-for-1 kind of special. Maybe we can work that into the playing cards this year for our future. Well, like I said, the birthday this year, I am planning something big. We got the Bills and the Raiders. Maybe, like I said, if I have the ability to do so, and if there is a PlayStation sale going on for the month of October and Halloween, I'll take a look at what they have. If they have like a Silent Hill F and Silent Hill Townfall combo, I'll definitely pick it up. Even if it's like, even if it is $65-$70, I think it's worth it for 2 games for the price of 1 at that point. But I definitely would like to get some kind of combo for Silent Hill. If not, I mean, there is some other games that I've obviously been interested in, but I just don't know, guys. Like I said, it's hard to balance, spending the money right now on games. If people aren't going to come to the channel to watch me play them, I can kind of use that money for some other things and some other necessary items that I need right now in life. Like I said, I got a whole, phone here, Samsung Galaxy Android, that needs to get paid every month, $65. So that's kind of our ability to even stream right now on YouTube. Thankfully, we have the ability to do that at least. And, you know, there's always going to be times where you can always improve the equipment and improve the quality. So that's why I'm not too worried. Improvements years to come can definitely happen. It is a tied series, ladies and gentlemen, for Game 7, 3-3, the tiebreaker tonight in Buffalo, New York. The Montreal Canadiens still lead this game 2-1 over the Buffalo Sabres, a 1-goal difference after 2 periods, and what could be the final period still to come, third period, happening in just a couple minutes. Buffalo Sabres did score the last goal to finally bring some energy back into the building, get the fans back on their feet here in Buffalo. So hopefully the energy that the boys needed. They definitely didn't head back to the locker room this period and munch on some Tim Hortons. No Timmy Hoes donut holes for the Buffalo Sabres after the second period. They do get some brownie points for the comeback goal. The Buffalo Sabres have found some brownie points after the comeback goal, so that is good at least.
Samsung Galaxy A17 5G for free and no activation fees. Get that more for your money feeling only at Metro. When you love your dog like crazy.
Monday Night Raw tonight on Netflix. I might check it out after this game since the replay will be available on Netflix. But Monday Night Raw, it is currently May 18th, 2026. And we got the red lights on for Monday Night Raw. The Sabres red goat. I've really been working my life recently, though, as a pro wrestler. So I usually get into the studio around 7 p.m. Usually every day, Monday through Sunday. I usually get in about 7 p.m. And then the time getting out kind of varies when I would like to end my studio session. But like I said, for me, I usually just do the pro wrestler mentality. And that's, Monday Night Raw. Monday Night Raw used to be 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. So I still follow a lot of that tradition. But when you're a pro wrestler, since the show ends at 11, you're most likely going to stick around until 11:30, 11:45. Probably take a shower, grab a bite, pack up your shit, get the hell out of there. Because it's going to be about an hour drive, maybe 45 minutes to your next hotel in your next city. So if Monday Night Raw ends at 11, you probably get out of there about 11:45 the latest, I would want. 11:50 the latest, but 11:45, you're probably going to be driving until about midnight, 12:35, 12:40, right around there, maybe even 12:50, just over an hour. So you'll probably get to your midnight you'll probably arrive to your hotel in the next city at midnight, and then I like to kind of do a little bit of a dinner and bed session. I like to kind of eat just before I go to bed if I'm able to eat. Recently haven't had a lot of money to even have dinner. So when I'm able to, I usually just try to eat before bed and then just call it a day. Probably get about 5 to 6 hours of sleep because I'm right back at it again at 7:30 a.m. the next day. Bright and early the next morning, getting right back to work. That's kind of the routine and the rhythm that I've been in lately. But since it's Monday Night Raw, yeah, I kind of don't expect to, I kind of don't even expect to see a bed until maybe 2 a.m. tonight. 2 a.m. to 7:30 for me tonight is my sleep schedule. But probably after this, put a couple hours in the studio, watch, the replay of Monday Night Raw on Netflix, spend a couple hours with that, and then finally call it a night. But Monday nights, I would really like to see WWE go back to that old school formula where Monday Night Raw used to be from 9 to 11. But I know people don't like waiting around to 9 o'clock anymore. 8 to 11 is also fine. I feel like 8 to 11 for Monday Night Raw is fine because they do have the Netflix deal now. So that is one of the advantages and one of the benefits for them now having Netflix and a time slot to just kind of go over when they want. I feel like 8 to 11 pretty much works for Monday Night Raw. it is a little bit harder fitting in that third hour, that extra hour of content, and them trying to come up with promos and storylines and everything, which we've noticed a big downfall in recently when they try to extend the time, the show time on shows like SmackDown, Raw. Traditionally speaking, I like Monday Night Raw from 9 to 11, and Thursday, SmackDown used to be on Thursdays, but then they finally moved it to Friday nights when I was growing up. And I really like the formula of 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. for Friday Night SmackDown. I hate when it goes over 10 p.m. and goes into 11. It just feels a bit odd having Friday Night SmackDown end at 11 on Fridays. Growing up, it was always like sometimes you would be outside like all day, and then you would come in at 8 or something, and SmackDown would still be on. But having the weekend and SmackDown end at 10 was like perfect. It just felt like good timing. So I really dislike the fact that SmackDown is 3 hours and it always goes until like 11. And they're on USA, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. They don't have that Netflix ability to where they're just able to go over the time slot whenever they want. Traditionally speaking, I like my Monday Night Raws from 9 to 11, and I like Friday Night SmackDown from 8 to 10. So really 2 hours of wrestling for both shows. But I would allow the third hour for Monday Night Raw just because of the Netflix deal. But for some reason, it's always felt like ending SmackDown at 10 o'clock was just perfect for that Friday night feel and like that weekend feeling back in the day. I've always felt like, too, maybe they could have, wrestling start a bit earlier. I know that's not primetime hours here in America. We have a thing called primetime hours, which is on, all of your basic television services, all of your television networks follow the hour coding. So WWE really earned that 8 o'clock primetime hour for a reason. They definitely don't want it coming on any later, after those primetime hours. I've always felt like maybe earlier in the day would be nice, maybe like a 5 or 6 o'clock start time, just because it feels hard sometimes waiting on certain days to actually have wrestling begin. You want to get out of school, maybe you get out of work, you're tired, now you got to wait all day just for your favorite show to come on. But I definitely would like to see SmackDown in the future acquire some kind of Netflix deal, get off of USA for sure, because USA is another thing that's also kind of declining the product for SmackDown. USA is a different network than Netflix, so USA isn't going to allow all the type of freedom that Netflix does for Monday Night Raw. But if things can definitely go a certain way, and a way that I would like them to, then SmackDown one day will also be available on Netflix, and we'll just be able to watch Raw, SmackDown, maybe even NXT on Netflix, but definitely the main roster and the main shows such as Raw and SmackDown. They made it happen with the Monday Night Raw deal, so that's obviously a step in the right direction.
Hey, you! Relax! Domino's large one-topping pizzas are just $7.99 when you carry out. But don't act now!
I'm going to put the air back on, guys.
At least, so take the seat and put on down too.
Definitely starting to get a little toasty. As I said, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of summer blockbusters coming out this year. Take some time to get out of the house, enjoy yourself, buy some popcorn, smother it in butter, and breathe some oxygen. Enjoy your life. One life. We only get one chance, right? So why not go out to a summer blockbuster this year? Buy yourself a popcorn, smother it in butter, all the butter that you want. Have to come out and refill that son of a bitch. That's how much butter you're going to put on that popcorn. But definitely get out. Go enjoy some summer blockbusters, ladies and gentlemen. Go to your local theater. Maybe even just a mom and pop theater. One of those classic theaters. Always a good time. Show them some love. Show them some support. Right now, my mom working at a little bit of a indie theater here in Buffalo, New York. A little bit of a theater on the come up still. Scene 1 Entertainment, right across from Shays in the Theater District, Buffalo, New York. anybody out there in the city of Buffalo, New York, if you're planning on going to see some movies this year, they just acquired the parking lot as well. They just bought the parking lot behind the building. So you do have somewhere to park now. And I know it gets hectic down there, downtown, right there by the train tracks, right in the theater district, nowhere to really find parking. Now, Scene 1 Entertainment, the theater where my mom works, they have their own parking lot. You can go there and you can park at your free will, ladies and gentlemen. In and out, whenever you want. You might have to pay the parking fee, but hey, it's better than trying to risk a tow. It is better than trying to risk that tow truck. $5 over a ticket. $5 over a parking ticket. Why not? To go watch a movie that you really want to see. Ladies and gentlemen, it is official. We are almost ready now for the third period. Buffalo and the Sabres still down by 1 goal. The Montreal Canadiens tonight visiting in hostile territory. They are the Road Warriors tonight. The Montreal Canadiens still lead by a single goal, 2-1 over the Buffalo Sabres. Puck drops, face-off won by Buffalo at the start of the third period. Now Buffalo takes it into the Montreal Canadiens zone. The Buffalo Sabres right now get the puck taken away from them, and they get it right back now, passing it around center ice. And this one stopped on the play. Looks like an offsides called on Buffalo. Great efforts from the goaltender tonight for Montreal. You see a lot of nice saves. A lot of saves, though, have come from within 15 feet, just in front of his face. The Sabres getting really active down low in front of the goalie. So the Sabres really trying to play in front of the goalie tonight. Most of the Sabre shots have come just 15 feet away from the goalie's face and the goalie crease. Now the Sabres trying to pass it around in the Canadian zone. Gets broken up. Now the Canadiens dump and chase it. Canadiens have the puck taken away from them. Sabres slow it down around the back of the net now. Duane pass up the ice to 94, who lost it for the Sabres. And the Canadiens right now passing it around, moving it across center ice, now past the blue line. Canadiens in the Sabres zone. And it looks like the Canadiens are going to get awarded a penalty unless this is called on them. You see some Montreal players shaking their heads. But all the Montreal Canadiens fans were happy. They literally started swinging their towels around. And the penalty is on Montreal Canadiens. So all the Montreal fans in Buffalo who just got excited and just got happy for the penalty, this one is going to come back to bite you. Don't bite the hand that feeds you, Montreal. It is going to be a penalty for high sticking on the Canadiens. So the Buffalo Sabres, ladies and gentlemen, now on the power play with 2 minutes. And there's an entire 18 minutes, 25 seconds left in the third period still to play. Montreal and the penalty killers send it right down the ice. Penalty killers immediately get to work. And it is Duane taking it up the ice for Buffalo. Passes it to Thompson. Gets it to Doan. Now the Sabres passing it around. Quinn moves it to Benson. Good names out here for this power play unit for the Buffalo Sabres. Quinn takes a good shot at it. His gets waved off. Quinn pass back to Tage Thompson. Tage Thompson gets locked up at the boards. And the puck gets sent back to Montreal, who just kill it. Send it right back down the ice. And more time taken off the Buffalo power play. As only 1 minute and 5 seconds now for the Sabres on their power play chance. Dali gets the puck stolen away from him. Now a couple players go down behind the net. No penalty called. The Canadiens do get the clear. So a good effort there from the penalty killers of Montreal. Clear the puck. Tuck sends this pass around the boards. Byram out there, he lost the puck. And once again, Canadiens now on the shorthanded attack. Canadiens once again looked for a shorthanded goal, but they get the puck taken away. And now only 20 seconds remain for Buffalo on their power play. Canadiens defensively really good so far on the penalty kill. And another clear takes time off the clock, sends Buffalo right back down to their zone. And that is going to do it for the power play with only 5 seconds left. Not enough time for Buffalo to score a power play goal now. And we are back to full strength. 16 minutes and 20 seconds left in the third period. Buffalo Sabres still down by 1. At home in Buffalo. Tied series 3-3. Game breaker, game 7 right now. Buffalo needs to find a way to make it happen and get it done. Tonight, one team season will be over. No doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen. We just have yet to decide if it will be the Buffalo Sabres or the Montreal Canadiens. But tonight, one season, no matter how many wins, no matter how many playoff rounds, it will all be over after this game 7. And this one sent back down the ice too far. Not a shot on net. It is an icing on the Montreal Canadiens. They could not put the puck on the net. Greenway steps off the ice for the Buffalo Sabres. Sabres' fourth line includes Greenway, Krebs, and Malenstein. So that is the Sabres' fourth line. Obviously, more of like your penalty kill line. So Greenway used more on that penalty kill line for the Sabres. But they just had him out there for those last couple seconds of the power play. Little strange. But Greenway still hasn't made much happen for the Buffalo Sabres. And again, attitude really needs an adjustment. I would not be re-signing the contract for Greenway next season if it was up to me as a coach. There would definitely not be a contract extension. Greenway, like I said, just hasn't made much happen for the Buffalo Sabres. And the attitude really needs an adjustment, as our beloved John Cena would say. Right now, 14 minutes and 50 seconds remain in the third. About 6 minutes have passed. And still no goals in the third period. Canadiens still sit with 1 goal ahead of the Sabres. It is still 2-1. Canadiens trying to hold off the Buffalo Sabres attack. Good pass right there from the Canadiens in the Sabres zone, and the Canadiens still trying to pass it around here. Good shots on net here from Montreal, just everything getting blocked. And missed pass goes back to Buffalo. Blue shirts on the attack, Buffalo. Shot went over the head of the goalie. One-timer goes to the Sabres, and now the Sabres hit the goalie with full force. Made all the contact. Montreal does not like that. I think Zucker ran right into the goalie after that one. So Montreal does not like that very much. I will show you the replay if they decide to show it. The Montreal goalie getting run over in the crease. And that shot right there from the Canadiens off the crossbar. This was the last shot right there for the Sabres. And this was just a bad hit right there taken for Montreal. Goalie had to go down for a couple seconds, but got right back up. He's back in it. So the Canadiens, nothing to fear about right now. Like I said, goalie's still in the game, and they're holding it down, still with the goal advantage. A single goal is the deciding factor right now between the Sabres and the Canadiens. As they've said, though, the Sabres are really trying to make things happen in front of the net tonight. Mostly all of the Buffalo Sabres shots have come from 15 feet, just in front of the Montreal Canadiens goaltending and the goalie crease. So the Sabres are playing really down low, up close and personal tonight with Montreal when it comes to trying to get pucks behind the goalie. They could be thinking about doing some really greasy shit soon, since they want to start playing like that, really trying to grind it out with the goalie. Some really greasy, grease ball grinder type shit from the Buffalo Sabres, but it just might tie up this game here in the third period, which is exactly what the Sabres need right now. But Buffalo Sabres have been grinding it out low, trying to get up close and personal with the Montreal goaltender this game, changing up the strategy a little bit. All of the Sabre shots seem to have come from when they get just in front of the goalie's face. There have been some shots from the blue line, obviously. It's just a majority of the Buffalo Sabres shots tonight. The strategy has really been influenced on trying to get up close and personal in the goalie's face. And just do some grease ball shit, some real grease ball shit from the Sabres. But you got to grind it out when you got to grind it out. And the Sabres right now trying to do just that. I don't think we have many grinders on the Sabres roster right now. I don't think any players really specifically grinder play style. Maybe I would say Benson. Benson has kind of been having a little bit of a grinder play style, if I would say. He definitely likes to play down low, waits for that open pass. And it just seems like when the Sabres do get that numbers advantage down low, Benson is right there when he needs to be. So I would say Benson has a little bit more of that grinder play style. But the Sabres are going to need some grease ball shit. They're going to probably need to come up with some grease ball shit. We might not like it, but it's going to have to happen if the Sabres want to stay alive here, because they are still down by a goal. And they only got 13 minutes, little over 13 minutes left in the third. Good shot right there for the Sabres. We speak it into existence, ladies and gentlemen. We manifest goals here for the boys. The Buffalo Sabres are going ballistic in Buffalo. We manifest goals here. That one, we gotta pull out the Sabres for that. We gotta draw the Sabres for that, ladies and gentlemen. The goal that tied it up, we manifested it. I mean, come on. The timing couldn't even be much better than that. We're drawing the Sabres. The Sabres have been drawn, ladies and gentlemen. The Buffalo Sabres have spilled blood on the ice, and the Montreal Canadiens can feel it now. It is a tied game in Buffalo. I think they're going to credit Duane for it, too. Yeah, it sounds like they're going to give Duane credit on the goal. Buffalo Sabres, ladies and gentlemen, tie up the game. We manifested it into existence, believe it or not. We were just talking about the devil, and Satan hurt us, I guess, because the Montreal Canadiens have too much faith in the Lord above. Satan gives one here to the Buffalo Sabres. The devil's advocate, if you will, as the Montreal Canadiens felt everything on the end of that goal, tied up the game here in Buffalo. That shot came off the stick of Montreal, went wide, out of play. And the Buffalo Sabres, ladies and gentlemen, after that goal from Duane, he is the captain. Might not be my favorite captain in Buffalo Sabres history, but he is out there scoring goals. Why he calls himself a defenseman, I do not know when he plays like this. Why he calls himself a defenseman when clearly this man wants to be some kind of a winger, some kind of forward. Duane, You definitely should have picked some kind of a fucking offensive position playing like that. But we'll take him. We'll take him. Can't complain too much when it is a goal for the Buffalo Sabres. And it is all tied up in Buffalo. Game 7, 2-2 right now. And the Sabres fans going ballistic in the Sabres arena. I kind of refuse to call it KeyBank because I've never liked KeyBank. I think they're a trash bank. I don't really like that they're going to be around for another 5 years, and it's going to be called the KeyBank Center for another 5 years. Growing up, it's always just been the Sabres arena for me, so that's why I tell people I say the Sabres arena and I say the Bill Stadium when I talk about them. Personally speaking, I would like if New Era could actually get some kind of a deal. I think New Era had a deal with the Buffalo Bills before when it was New Era Field. Good shot right there. Gets turned away for the Buffalo Sabres. That one definitely had some gasps and shock and awe in the arena for Sabres fans. But I would really like to see New Era get another deal here with the Sabres in the future. We could call it the New Era Center. I'm actually wearing a New Era hat here for the Sabres. New Era is homegrown in Buffalo, New York. It's actually a Buffalo brand that was created here in Buffalo. They are the main hat for the MLB. I'm just not a big baseball fan, so. But New Era does have their brand deal with the MLB, which is really nice. I would just like it if we could have New Era, at least something from Buffalo, earn that kind of, respect. Every time the Sabres play a game, I would really like to call it New Era Center. And then New Era Field for the Buffalo Bills. That was really nice. I really felt like that actually rolled off the tongue really well. New Era Field. And again, it made sense. It was actually something homegrown here in Buffalo. Something we can actually call our own. Highmark, I think, is just some kind of fucking health insurance. I've never even known anybody in Buffalo my entire life with Highmark insurance. I don't even believe in health insurance. So that's why when I say, the dreams one day is to perform at the Sabres Arena and the Bill Stadium, that's kind of what I mean. I just don't call them by their names right now because their names, to me, sound like shit. KeyBank Center, again, KeyBank, not my favorite bank. I think they're actually pretty trash. I definitely prefer M&T over KeyBank. I've just never had an M&T account. I've always been stuck with whatever the Sabres are dealing with at their arena. But yeah, not a fan of KeyBank. Unfortunately, we're going to have to still be partners with them for like the next 5-6 years, I think. I can't tell you the exact contract, but I know it's for the next 5 years. Hopefully one day it can go back to actually being a Buffalo brand. And New Era can actually get the recognition and the credit that they deserve. Because I do like New Era. They make some great hats. Like I said, the Sabres hat that I'm wearing here. This is a New Era hat. So the Sabres hat is New Era brand. I really like New Era. Their headquarters is actually downtown in Buffalo, so it's actually not too far from the Sabres Arena. Krebs and Suzuki on the face-off. Face-off won by the Buffalo Sabres. Krebs defeats Suzuki on the face-off in the Sabres defensive zone. And now the Sabres on the attack. Sabres get it behind the Montreal net. Now pass back to the blue line. That one gets frozen up, but it is a goal after the whistle. They might say it's a no goal because the whistle did sound, but Montreal didn't freeze up the puck. The goalie allowed it. He didn't fully have coverage on the puck. And it looks like Greenway wanted the goal. Might have been a Greenway goal. But they are waving it off right now as a no goal. Play could be under review. The Buffalo Sabres just had the game-winning goal right there. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Canadians didn't do enough to protect the puck right here. And after the whistle, it ends up going behind the goalie over the line. but it was after the whistle, so that is what is going to be under review. How much time passed? I think they're just going to call it no goal, obviously, and we're just going to sit at 2-2 right now, but that is definitely one that the Sabres should challenge. Again, they're probably just going to say officials blew the whistle, so unfortunately, no goal right there for the Buffalo Sabres. But Montreal Canadiens have to do a better job of covering up the puck in those situations. So again, if you're not going to freeze up the biscuit, Buffalo is going to continue to try to put one in the back of the net. So Montreal really has to do a better job of covering the puck here late in the game. That one literally just got right past the goalie over the line. Sabres called a goal, and it was a goal technically, but the referees blew their whistle just in time. Literally a life-saving whistle for the Montreal Canadiens. A season saver for the Canadiens on that last whistle. Call a no goal for the Buffalo Sabres. Tage Thompson was down there, and I know Greenway also was celebrating a little bit, but it looked like Tage Thompson was getting really up close and personal. Again, the Sabres grinding it out tonight with the Montreal Canadiens in front of the net. Grinding it out, getting really greasy down there in front of the net. I like it, ladies and gentlemen. Buffalo hockey. Buffalo hockey getting a little greasy. Some grease ball shit out of the Buffalo Sabres. We might not like it, but it might be a little necessary here in this Game 7. We just might need to play like that, chat. That puck did cross the goal line, but it is called no goal, considering the referees blew the whistle just in time. What a fucking split-second whistle. A second's difference on that last goal for the Montreal Canadiens from that whistle. We're halfway through the third period. There is 9 minutes and 47 seconds left in the third. And the Montreal Canadiens and Buffalo Sabres are all tied up. 2 goals each. 2-2, the Buffalo Sabres and the Montreal Canadiens. In what has been a tied series in the best of 7, both teams have each won 3 games in the best of 7 series. So tonight, this is the elimination finale. As they would say back on Survivor, who's getting voted off the island tonight? Right now, the Canadiens pass it around the boards. That's going to be a dump and chase. And the Canadiens do find a way to get it back. Canadiens right now, offensive attack in the Sabres zone. Tage Thompson still out there for Buffalo. Newhook sends it around the boards. Number 15 for the Canadiens, passing it around. Newhook gets it back. Takes a shot. Luukkonen able to block that away. That puck hits a Sabre player down low, right off the knee pads. And now the Sabres go for a line change off the dump and chase. Bouncing puck goes back to Montreal, who just take a high shot down low. And the Sabres at center ice pass it down low again on the chase. And the Sabres do find a way to get it back. Now Buffalo on the attack here in the Montreal zone. This is what they need. Byram, good stick handle. And just gets denied on his shot attempt. Well, good stick handling right there from number 4, Byram, who does walk his way in on the goalie, just cannot get the shot past. Buffalo Sabres know exactly what's on the line. The defense this period has to fucking show up. The defense has to know what's at stake here, ladies and gentlemen. Tied game in Buffalo. These final 8 minutes could be the final 8 minutes of your entire season, so defense going to have to come up big here for either one of these teams if they want to close out this last period. Good hit right there from Zucker. Pass to the front of the net. Sabres couldn't get the goal. 94 put it on net and just got denied from the Montreal Canadiens goalie. Great effort right there on Zucker from the behind the net pass back to the front. 94 just couldn't get enough on his stick to put it behind the goalie. Face off in the Montreal zone, won by the Canadiens. It goes back to center ice. Sabres touch it. And it is once again the Canadiens on the possession. 7 minutes and 40 seconds remain in the third. And both teams still tied at 2 goals apiece. 20 shots for the Canadiens and 31 shots for the Sabres. So far, that one gets blocked by the Sabres. Good effort. And defense right here trying to do their part for the Sabres. The Canadiens, good possession here in the Sabre zone. Applying a lot of necessary pressure. And the Sabres work for it. They get it back. A couple Sabres go for the line change while it's dumped in. Sabres chase it behind the net. And a good pass right there back to the blue line for the Sabres. Time of possession still for Buffalo. And now the Canadiens finally get their hands back on it. That pass off the target for Montreal. Tage Thompson was there. But now Montreal slowing it back down. 6 minutes and 25 seconds remain in the third. Shot right there from Montreal. Gets waved off. Shot from all the way back at the blue line. Can't hit either. And it is a stop. Face-off soon to happen. 6 minutes and 16 seconds remain in the third period, ladies and gentlemen. Again, both teams, the Buffalo Sabres and the Montreal Canadiens, still tied with 2 goals each. And they are also tied in this best-of-7 series with 3 wins each. 3-3, best-of-7. And right now, 2-2 in Game 7 in this third period. Now just a little over 6 minutes remain. 6 minutes left in the third period. And what could all crumble down to the final minutes, final seconds of the game. Still to decide who will play in this Eastern Conference Championship matchup against the Carolina Hurricanes next round. Canadiens, they send it back to Buffalo, but they do get the puck back in the Sabres zone. Canadiens trying to make a play happen here. Offensive attack from Montreal. Good skating here from the Canadiens. Still on the attack in the Sabres zone. Only 5 minutes and 15 seconds now remain. Sabres get it past the blue line. It's 71, holding it for the Sabres. Now the Sabres. Dahlin takes a shot. Looked like Dahlin wanted to go 5-hole for Buffalo. And the goalie, too much hockey IQ. Good save right there for Montreal on that last goal chance. We're all tied, ladies and gentlemen. 2 goals each for the Sabres and the Canadiens in Game 7, third period. Again, ladies and gentlemen, sipping on one of my favorites, Dr. Pepper.
Here for it.
We have hit 5 minutes In 5 minutes, either the Buffalo Sabres or the Montreal Canadiens season will all be over if we don't head into an overtime period, which could be likely given this rate with only 5 minutes left in the third. Both these teams really trying to hold down the ice the best they can, still sitting in a tied game. As I've said, ladies and gentlemen, this is Game 7. Both these teams are tied in the best of 7 with 3 games won each. And this is Game 7. They are tied with 2 goals each in the third period. So after 5 minutes, will we know whose season is over? Will it be the Canadiens or the Sabres? Maybe 5 minutes isn't enough for this hockey game. Maybe 3 hours just wasn't enough for the Sabres and the Canadiens in a Game 7. Will they need the extra period and that overtime? We will have to find that out still. I feel like this one could really crumble down to the last minutes, the last seconds, as both of these teams defensively just trying to do whatever they can to stop the other. And it could come down to that one final mistake. Just trying to make the right play off of the other team's mistake is really all you need at this point in the game with just a little over 5 minutes left. Is a team going to make the mistake, and can the other capitalize on it? So far, both teams, no mistakes, no goals. Well, actually, a goal has been scored in the third, but no goals since we've tied it all up. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, Tage Thompson has the puck on his stick. He passes it back to the blue line. One-timer, Dahlin breaks his stick. Dahlin heads back for a new stick, and the Canadiens get the puck back. Dahlin had a little too much dip on his chip. Ended up breaking the stick in two, but that's okay. Buffalo Sabres can afford a couple of those replacements. They got them on standby when needed. Now the Canadiens dump it back to the Sabres zone. They are still on the attack, one-on-one. And the Sabres get it back. Trying to slow things down, control the puck behind their net a little bit. Sabres line is moving. We are moving on the ice, ladies and gentlemen. Pass to the center. Can't get it to go. Again, a lot of greasy attempts here down low. Cross-ice pass gets tipped by the Sabres. And now the Sabres back to center ice. Chip it down past the blue line. And the Canadiens slow it down. Buffalo goes for the line change. Fresh pair of skates out there. Fresh skaters now for the Sabres on the ice. 203rd Game 7 in Stanley Cup playoff history. 207th game between the Sabres and Canadiens for Game 7. Now 3 minutes and 10 seconds remain in the third period. Alex Tuch has it for the Sabres in the Canadian zone. Shot right there. Dahlin again misses wide. And this play is stopped after the whistle. Alex Tuch has been a great workhorse story. I do like a lot of the times I see Alex Tuch always out there putting in the hustle, putting in the effort for the Sabres. Always trying to fight to get the puck back. Now, ladies and gentlemen, 3 minutes and 1 second remain in the third. Face-off here in the Montreal zone, won by the Canadiens. It is sent all the way back down the ice, shot on net, and it is an open shot as well for the Canadiens, who had the breakaway attempt with a player all the way down the ice. After that long extended pass, Canadiens choke on the one-timer breakaway as well. Oh, Thompson took a great shot at it. Just gets blocked up on that post. And now puck behind the net for the Sabres. Both teams right here go for a line change. And we are still at play. 2 minutes, 22 seconds left. 2-2-2. As this third period continues. Canadiens get the puck taken away from them. It's Greenway now rushing for it. Greenway pass back to the Sabres. That was a awful pass from Greenway. He wasn't even looking. And now a shot still from the Sabres. Malenstein gets off the ice after the hit. Now 1:45 left in the third. Just a little over a minute left in this third period. And we're still all tied up. Will we see a miracle on ice during the final minute of the game, ladies and gentlemen, for one of these two teams? Sabres right now look like they're playing with all the momentum. Sabres right now definitely have been on the attack more offensively, and the Canadiens have just been trying to hold it down defensively in hostile territory. The visiting team in Buffalo, New York. It is officially 1:05 now in the third period. We are still tied up. Will we see the miracle on ice during the final seconds of the game? Only 50 seconds now left for one of these teams to make it happen. If they do want that miracle on ice goal to decide one of these teams' seasons and move on to the next round and eliminate their opposing side. Anderson was hauling ass for that last breakaway attempt for the Canadiens. Anderson, 17, absolutely hauling ass like he's in a Rocky Balboa training montage. Hauled all that ass, got the breakaway attempt, and just choked on it. Luukkonen able to stand tall, do what he needs to do, earn his paycheck. Luukkonen does exactly that when we put him in the net for the Sabres. Now only 35 seconds left. Sabres on the attack now in the Montreal Canadiens zone. Sabres right now trying to find a way to do whatever they can to just keep the puck on their stick. But with 20 seconds left, the Canadiens just have to hold on to it, and they can try to survive for another period in overtime. And that is exactly what the commentary team is getting ready for right now. Only 5 seconds left. Sabres holding on to it behind the net. Looks like we're going to go to overtime here in Game 7, ladies and gentlemen. Who would have thought? Who knew a Game 7 would be necessary? 3 hours was just not enough time in this hockey game between the Sabres and the Canadiens. We're going to need a little bit more time for Game 7. When we come back from the next intermission, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be our overtime period. The Sabres and the Canadiens are still all tied at 2 goals each after 3 periods. I'm going to step out the room for a second, ladies and gentlemen. Please be more than welcome to grab yourself a snack, go grab a drink, maybe take a bathroom break. We will be right back after this intermission. I'm just going to step out the room for myself, and I'll probably be back within like the next 2-3 minutes. So, again, take the time for yourself to get ready for our overtime period. It is still a tied game after 3 hours between the Sabres and the Canadiens. It was just not enough time for this Game 7. We will need some more.
Montreal, that's key because there's not too many things they're going to like over the last 35 minutes of that game, but they're in a position to win it right now, and they got a pocket to move on. We gave praise to the officiating in the second intermission with only one minor call in the game, and then we thought this was an obvious call that was not called.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for overtime period, so please take the opportunity to get yourself ready to settle in. And I'm still going to take a 2-3 minute break just before we continue the live stream.
But in fairness, you said also Montreal that got away with 2 of them. So they did as well. So it's even better. The best thing for Montreal is when Buffalo tied it 2-2 because they kind of took the foot off the gas a little bit. Gave Montreal a chance to get off the mat and kind of balance the rest of the period. But it's hard to get because after the non-call increase on the goaltender there, it's the very next shift. Well, that's the tough part for Montreal.
Yeah, and for Montreal, they got to learn from the past. I go back to that 10th series where J.J. Moses scores that.
Okay, I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to take about a 2-3 minute break. Again, please take some time for yourself to also get ready for the overtime period between the Buffalo Sabres and the Montreal Canadiens. 3 hours was not enough time. We're going to need some more time in this hockey game. So when we come back, we will continue our live stream for Game 7 of the Sabres and the Canadiens. Once again, guys, take some time to enjoy yourself, and hopefully, if you're out there watching at home, you're enjoying the game just as much as I am. We will be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Can we talk about Rasmus Dahlin? Oh my God, best player on the ice right now. He's been phenomenal today, and I'm not sure how to carry it, but to me, it's been about all the D this game. And you see it here. I said that Buffalo has to get the D involved if they're going to have success. Both of them get involved. Howard and Dahlin here combined, which is a beautiful play. They put Evans in a tough position here. Evans has got to understand that you cannot leave Rasmus Dahlin open. He's got to respect that there's a battle going on with Power. Let that happen and take the guy. But a great play executed by Buffalo. They put him in a tough position.
And Josh Anderson had an unbelievable chance late in the game to try to win regulation for Montreal. I just got to give a lot of credit to there was a lot of uncertainty coming into this game. Who's going to play? The Buffalo Sabres thought he was, but he's made some amazing saves. And as well as Buffalo's played, he's had to make some key saves that opportunity for that. Unbelievable saves. And he is too tall tonight. I mean, I just love to see athletes fight through adversity and set out all the boards. This is the guy who really understand what got you here. Trust yourself, trust your instincts, and begin to respect exactly that. He's giving the Buffalo a chance in this game tonight. What do you got?
Yeah, he smiled. What's his first 2 moves? Who did he go?
He's played good. Even the 2 goals he gave up early in the first, not on him, like they were spectacular. And at that point, Montreal a chance to make it 3-0, 4-0. I keep getting back to that big save. Yeah, on the break. Big time. 2-0 right there. And they go up 3-0 there. That's a different story. You know, when you talk about goal, he's 3 minutes more of a chance to get back into this game where there's 2 he's key save.
Not a long road dancer. The gamer's confidence. He's a blank dancer now.
Right? Well, look at the final dancer and hand out top down and buckets in the
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to get ready now for the continuation of our live stream. It is Game 7 between the Buffalo Sabres and the Montreal Canadiens. Game 7 in Buffalo, New York tonight. We are all tied up after 3 hours of play. 3 hours of playtime. It looks like the Sabres and the Canadiens are going to need that overtime to decide who wants it more, who got that dog in them. Who got that absolute dog in them. 10 minutes until our overtime period. Now, ladies and gentlemen, will begin. 10 minutes until the overtime period between the Buffalo Sabres and the Montreal Canadiens for Game 7 in Buffalo, New York. 3 hours was just not enough. 3 hours of playtime. Evil Dead also coming out with a new movie this year. I'll probably have to check that out. Really big Evil Dead fan myself. Shout out to Bruce Campbell, who I know has been dealing with some cancer. Just not not in the best situation right now for health, but I do wish Bruce the best, and continue battling, continue fighting, brother, and pull through, live to fight another day, and kick that cancer's ass.
Buffalo have this unbelievable association and have forever. Of course, Chris Berman.
9 minutes until our overtime period. What should we talk about for the next 9 minutes? Maybe I could share maybe like a story or two about my dad, since I don't know if we'll really do like a Father's Day stream or have the chance to stream moving forward here with the Buffalo Sabres. Who knows? But I will say, you know, if there was some stories that I had to talk about my dad, he was a plumber. He was Italian and Mexican. My original name was supposed to be Mario, named after my uncle, but they decided to name me Duane after my father. So I am Duane Mario Lincoln. My father was Duane Thomas Lincoln. He was a plumber his entire life. That's all he did. That's how he made a living. That's how he earned his money. That's how he put food on the table. That's how he took care of me. Whenever I wanted stupid shit like a Call of Duty video game, wrestling video game, go see the wrestling events live at the Sabres Arena, he would take me. I always told him, you know, my dream was to be a professional wrestler and to especially wrestle and make it to the WWE one day. He would always, you know, tell me that my dream wasn't a reality. He would just say I would never be able to take care of myself in that way, or he just never knew how I was going to be able to make a living for myself or take care of myself as a professional wrestler. He really wanted me to be like him, and he really wanted me to follow in his footsteps as a plumber. He also wanted me to kind of be a chef and get into cooking. I always told him, you know, I got my own dreams, and I have things that I kind of want to do for myself in my life. I want to create the things that I want to create. Interestingly enough, though, funny enough, you know, he wanted me to be a plumber like him and be a cook, be a chef. In my life, I feel like completing my welding training and getting my welding certificate did put me in a trade, so I did end up learning a trade. And at one point, I did end up working in actual restaurants, so I did technically become a chef. Really, I did everything he kind of wanted me to do for myself. Now I'm just kind of at the point in my life where I really need to do things for me, and the things that I want to do in my life are more important to me. So I've done, you know, everything that he wanted me to do, funny enough. Even though that wasn't really intentional or planned to happen, I never really saw myself going to welding school and getting a certificate and being a chef one day in actual Italian restaurants. But, you know, I ended up doing everything that he kind of seen for myself. So now I just look at it like, well, been there, done that. Now I just kind of want to do the things that I want to do and focus a lot more on my goals and my dreams. I'd hope one day, though, you know, if we ever do get to meet again in the heavens above, he would at least say, you know, I'm proud of you for trying to teach yourself welding, and you took the time to do that. Even though nobody wants to hire me and nobody's going to pay me, hopefully it shows him that I at least, you know, buckled down and tried to take a trade serious. At least, you know, learn something and apply it to myself. I know he really wanted me to be a plumber. He really wanted me to be like him. But I just told him it's not for me. It's really not. I've seen my dad do a lot of side jobs, and I've seen him, you know, do a lot of stuff where I was just like, damn, yeah, this is not what I kind of want to do for the rest of my life. A lot of shit end jobs. A lot of people that just treat you like shit. He owned his own apartments in Lackawanna, but unfortunately when he passed away, I was only 14, so I didn't really feel I was responsible enough to take ownership and control over an entire apartment complex. It was like 2 apartment buildings, and it was like 2 apartment buildings with maybe 3 to 4 units each. But 14 years old, I wasn't even at that point in my life. So I kind of gave it to his other son. His other son is named Anthony, but I've never even had any contact or any real time to spend with Anthony because he resents me. He just hates me. Him and my dad had a bad relationship growing up, and because my dad was in my life, he assumes, or he must just guess, that me and my dad had a better relationship than he did with him, and I mean that's not true. We never did. we had our problems, and there was a lot of moments where he wasn't exactly the greatest father figure influence. I think definitely all his being an alcoholic and just spending a lot of his time in bars and stuff led to his downfall, but it's not that kind of stream. We're not trying to make it dreadful. We're not trying to bring down the mood here for Game 7. It's just story time, and I only had a little bit of time to spend with my dad, about 14 years until he passed away. And he always had so many problems of his own in his life. He was always kind of in and out of jail. It felt like just when I was starting to actually have some time with him towards the end of his life, that was it. I finally started to have some time with him, and he passed away. And again, he passed away due to, his own behavior choices and his own decisions in life, being an alcoholic, kidney and liver failure. So those are just things you can't come back from. When the good Lord says it's time to take you, your time has come. So one day, it was just his time, unfortunately. And for me, it was the day after Valentine's Day. So that's kind of why I'm not really a fan of February. I always have to spend that month alone and lonely. And then that's the anniversary of my father's death. So usually when it comes to working on actual music and stuff, I'll usually take February off. But for YouTube videos and anything else that I'm doing, I would include it in there. I would say, yeah, it's just an average, another day for me, essentially. But December, January, and February are usually the times when I do try to take off from my music recording. Give myself a little bit of a 3-month break. As I've said, Tuesdays are mainly going to be days where I try to focus on uploading here on the channel, because I feel like Tuesday is the only day of the week in America where I'm actually able to be free and have some free time to upload. Monday, ladies and gentlemen, we got Monday Night Raw and we got Monday Night Football. Tonight is Monday. We got the Sabres and the Montreal Canadiens playing. Tuesday is kind of like the day where I want to commit to just uploading and try to, be consistent with that and really upload on Tuesdays from now on, at least for the time being in 2026. Wednesday, we got Wednesday night AEW Dynamite. Thursdays, that's Thursday Night Football in America when NFL season does start up again. Thursday Night Football in America. Friday night, you got Friday Night SmackDown. And then the weekend, Saturdays, again, that's college football here in America when college season starts up and when college football season starts up. You got that every Saturday. WWE has dedicated their PLEs, their premium live events, to Saturday night. So every Saturday, we got to tune in for that now when they have the PLEs. And then on Sunday, that's usually NFL Sunday Football here in America. So that is Sunday Football here in America. It's a booked week. It's booked, ladies and gentlemen. I only have the Tuesdays, really. When there's not, that kind of, I feel like that's when I have the open space, at least during the week, where other people aren't going to be trying to tune in and watch other things. So that's why I say Tuesday is really my free day. Because every other day of the week, from Monday through Sunday, usually in America, people are watching other things and they're tuned into other things. Benson takes the shot here for the Sabres. He keeps the puck in his hands. Lost it moving around the net, though. Now the Canadiens send it around the boards. Luukkonen tried to slow it down. He couldn't touch it. And the Sabres right now in their zone defensively. Canadiens take a shot. We're only, ladies and gentlemen, a few seconds removed from this overtime period. Game 7 in Buffalo. This could be it. One team advances, one team gets eliminated. That's the good news and the bad news for tonight. Now, ladies and gentlemen, 18:50 still on the clock for the overtime. Buffalo get the puck back finally. Finally! The Buffalo Sabres have finally fucking gotten the puck back. And now let's at least fucking make something happen. Who is this guy, bro? You gotta fucking make these possessions count. Hope that last idiot just skated off the ice because we don't need him out there right now. 94 lost his balance. Buffalo still has the puck. Zucker and his line is out there. 17. Zucker and the Sabres. They have their line offensively out there right now. Look like they might have just went for a little bit of a change. And the Canadiens send it off the boards. Buffalo gets there first. And Sabres, for some reason, just fucking dump it away. Now the Canadiens have possession. And that is going to be an icing on the Canadiens as they dump it down low. Not even a shot on net. It is crucial now, ladies and gentlemen. The next goal, that is going to be the game winner. The next goal wins the game, sends your team to the next round in the Eastern Conference Championship, in the NHL playoffs. You just need one goal, and your team advances. That is what it has come down here in Game 7, Buffalo, New York, home of the Sabres. The fans have to be on the edge of their seats. Suspense all through the building right now in Buffalo. The Canadiens get down low and have it taken away by the Sabres defense. And the Sabres defense, Greenway, what are you doing? What kind of pass is that, my guy? And the Sabres go for a line change off the wasted opportunity there on the possession. Canadiens skate right back down, send the pass off the glass. That hits the net. And now the Sabres send it around the boards after that shot on net. Buffalo lost possession at center ice. 16 minutes and 50 seconds still left in overtime. Sabres get it behind the net, defensive zone for Buffalo right now. Sabres really have to play good defense here. How disappointing it would be for the fans to have it end like this so suddenly. And the Sabres fight for it back now, taking it past center ice. Buffalo, another player trips up. Moving way too fast, can't even skate. Where did these players learn how to skate for the Buffalo Sabres? Another wasted possession as Montreal just hold it behind the net right now. Get the line change out there. Fresh skaters on the ice for the Canadian. Buffalo not even going to challenge the defender behind the net. Buffalo just going to let them sit there as long as they want. Now the Sabres get the puck back. And they turn it over behind the net. Montreal passing it at the blue line. And a shot on the net. Luukkonen able to block that. Center pass back to the front. Montreal can't hit anybody. But they still do have time of possession. The Canadiens shot again. That is blocked and turned away by the Buffalo Sabres. But nobody from Buffalo can get their stick on it. Newhook took a shot. That one hit the boards. Very close there for the Canadiens. And now a foot race. Doan and 71 Evans for Montreal. I believe the Canadiens get there first. And it is an icing on the Buffalo Sabres. Alex Tuck lost his stick on that last defensive effort, and he was really doing his thing out there, even with no stick. This man was getting in front of players and trying to put the body on the line. You got to give credit when credit is due, ladies and gentlemen. Now the Sabres bat it down at center ice. They do dump it around the boards as the boys go for a line change. Couldn't tell you the thought process there, but it happened. Now the Buffalo Sabres get it back at center ice, and they turn it away again. The Canadiens turn it away off the pass. Sabres with it, 94. Buffalo passes back to the blue line. Shot on net down low. Pass out of bounds, and that is a stop on play. The next face-off here will be in the Montreal zone. The Sabres did gain the zone, so that is good effort by Buffalo. Last shot hit the goalie's pads and just went into the netting behind, trying to block fans in attendance. Obviously, some of them getting a souvenir this game. Tage Thompson, number 72, out there for Buffalo. And this next face-off in the Canadian zone. Thompson out there for the Sabres. Canadians win the face-off in their zone. Sabres get it back at the blue line. I don't know what the fuck that was, but no penalty call there on the Canadians. That looked like a hold if I've ever seen one. And the Canadians get it back now, move it over center ice. Oh, good shot right there. Luukkonen way too out of position. I did not like that positioning from Luukkonen. Left way too much of the net open. Now he's doing okay. Now he's got it figured out. Another shot from the Canadians hit the boards. 14 minutes, 5 seconds remain in the OT period. Sabres get it. Numbers advantage, 2-on-1. And the Sabres get stopped. Tage Thompson held on to it for his life. Didn't even pass it to Benson. The Sabres still trying to lay down some shots here while they still have the possession. Absolutely pepper spraying the goalie right now in this overtime. But Thompson held on to it for his life. And just a toe drag, way too much. Tage Thompson never let it off his stick, and when he finally did decide to take a shot, the goalie was all too ready. Really nice toe drag from Tage Thompson, trying to slow down the game, get the goalie out of position, but just didn't work out the way he intended it to. Now this face-off in the Canadian zone. But I do like the effort from Tage Thompson. Just never even attempted the pass to Benson either, which was a bit strange from a playmaker like Thompson, who's put up a couple apples, couple assists so far for the boys, the Sabres, in the series. Puck gets all the way lobbed down back to the Sabres zone. And now the Buffalo Sabres control it. Back over center ice now. Sabres move it past the blue line. McLeod keeps it for Buffalo. Now I think Tuck just moved it down low. But this will go back to Montreal as there's no Buffalo Sabre there to receive the pass. Now Buffalo get it back. Good pass right there from McLeod. Takes a shot from the red dot. Now Dahlin with the puck. His shot gets blocked. Luukkonen steps out of the net, plays the puck. Sabres pass it around the boards. Sabres are playing with good energy here. The Sabres are definitely playing with good energy. But the Montreal Canadiens are just fighting fire with fire right now. 12 minutes and 30 seconds remain in the overtime. It's still tied. Next goal wins it. Now Samuelson passes it. Sabres passing it around center ice. They lost control of it. Montreal get it back in their zone. Sabres on the attack here, trying to make something happen, and the puck goes all the way back down to the Sabres goalie. It's a shot on net. And somebody from Montreal was right down there as well to greet the Sabres on the puck. Now Canadians control it in the Buffalo zone. Buffalo sends the puck all the way back down the ice now for an icing call on the Sabres. 11:42 left in OT. Martin St. Louis, head coach for the Montreal Canadiens. Lindy Ruff, head coach for the Buffalo Sabres. Ladies and gentlemen, Martin St. Louis versus Lindy Ruff here in Buffalo, Game 7. Sabres and Canadiens. Who would have thought one day Martin St. Louis, head coach, Montreal Canadiens. But they have come to play, and that is one of the reasons why a young team, youngest average team right now in the NHL, the Montreal Canadiens, have the mentality and the play style that they do. They have a great veteran head coach, Martin St. Louis, who is teaching them all the right moves, all the right things. Right now, Montreal win the face-off in Buffalo zone. Now the Canadiens trying to fight to keep it alive here. In the time of possession, Buffalo. Little bad pass attempt right there. Sabres have lost it here. Luukkonen just able to get there and block that one. But the Sabres were a bit dazed and confused right there on that last attempt from Montreal. So whatever Montreal is doing, it's working. Because that last time could have ended the season for Buffalo. Now Montreal get it over center ice in the blue line. Buffalo right there though. Good shot on net. Goalie goes down. Luukkonen is down. Sabres full head of steam. Shot on net. That is blocked by Montreal. Luukkonen still in here for the boys. Montreal goes for the line change. Buffalo gets it back at center. And Benson lost it to the Montreal Canadiens defense. Now the Sabres back in their zone. Montreal on the attack. Alex Tuck out there for the Sabres. Montreal have it behind the Sabres net. One-timer off the stick at 83. That one goes around the boards. And the Sabres didn't even see him coming. Nobody even picked that man up. Where was his man? That is a good question from commentary. And now Sabres tried to put it down low. Couldn't get it past the goalie. Puck here in the Montreal zone. Sabres tried to go for the stick lift. And the Sabres do get it back in their defensive zone. Pass back to center now over the blue line. Good shot right there. Hits the glass. Buffalo pass back to center. That one can't find its target. And now icing called on the Montreal Canadiens. 9 minutes and 8 seconds remain in the OT. They're sending out Zach Benson for the Buffalo Sabres. Zach Benson coming out here for the Buffalo Sabres, ladies and gentlemen. With a little over 9 minutes in the overtime still to go. About the third crossbar hit right there for the Montreal Canadiens. They have been putting good shots on net. Luukkonen just squaring up with them. And now it looks we have some ice maintenance out here. They're bringing out the shovels. There goes the lights because it is overtime. Please forgive the light situation. Okay, we got the red lights back, ladies and gentlemen. Monday Night Raw. The Sabres, red goat head. Buffalo Sabres, red goat head jersey. Come on, boys. You got a little over 9 minutes still to go here in OT. Apparently they're bringing out the shovels. They're bringing out some of the ice maintenance crew here. Just to do a little bit of tender love and care down there on the Montreal Canadiens side. And here we go. They did their job. Ice crew getting off the ice now. Whatever needed to be repaired is officially good to go. Still a tied game here in Game 7, Buffalo, New York. Home of the Sabres. And the arena right now, the Sabres arena, is buzzing, ladies and gentlemen. I know them ticket prices are through the roof. Can anybody go home happy tonight knowing that they spent the money to watch the Buffalo Sabres advance to an Eastern Conference championship? The towels are being waved. The face-off is in the Montreal zone. The Buffalo Sabres win it. Shot on net. It is Montreal with the save. Dobish for the Montreal Canadiens. Definitely could be a name that we hear a lot of in the future. I mean, making it this far in the second round against a team like the Buffalo Sabres. And the Sabres do have shooters, ladies and gentlemen. The Sabres are trying to get some goals when they feel like they can get them. So maybe Dobish, definitely a name we're going to be hearing a lot of soon. Made it this far this year in the 2026 playoffs against teams like the Tampa Bay Lightning and the Buffalo Sabres. Good shot right there from the Sabres. Thompson put it on net. That one got blocked. Thompson, number 72, alternate captain for the Buffalo Sabres. Thompson has a really tight drag on his stick. He really likes that toe drag move. And it just seems like Thompson focuses a lot on his timing as well when he takes his shots. Just tries to get the goalie out of his spot. Make him flinch a little bit. And the puck gets freed up in the Montreal zone. Now the Canadiens get a chance to apply some pressure. And the Canadiens score, ladies and gentlemen. The Montreal Canadiens score the game winner in Buffalo, New York. Just like that, puck gets taken away from the Sabres in the Canadian zone. Montreal move right back down the ice with it. And one shot is all they needed on that last possession. So the Montreal Canadiens, ladies and gentlemen, have done it. Game 7 in Buffalo, New York. The Canadiens have eliminated the Sabres. And you see the look of defeat on the boys. Luukkonen stepping off the ice. He's pissed. Luukkonen throws the mask down the tunnel. What a deciding goal to end the season of the Buffalo Sabres. Canadiens get to celebrate on the road in enemy territory. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it. Sabres get the puck taken away from them. Canadiens get right back down the ice on the attack and just put it right in the net. This is the game winner goal, I think, right here. And you can see they just take their shot just above the red dot, and that is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. The fat lady is singing here in Buffalo, New York. And that is going to do it for the Buffalo Sabres, ladies and gentlemen, and their 2026 season. 2025-2026 season for the Buffalo Sabres comes to a defeat with a Game 7 loss to the Montreal Canadiens. And honestly, what a great series. What a great series. You got to give the Buffalo Sabres credit. I know they had the higher seed here in the tournament. Number 2 in the Eastern Conference just wasn't enough to defeat the Montreal Canadiens. The Canadiens, if you're a fan, if you doubted them, well, now you can watch them in the Eastern Conference Championship. They advanced to the next round. The player handshakes now taking place on Buffalo ice. And the fans in Buffalo chanting, "Let's go Buffalo." That's what I like to hear. The fans in Buffalo showed up for a game tonight against the Montreal Canadiens. Even with the loss, the fans, seeing the Buffalo Sabres play just to the very end, tied all the way until the end. 3 periods wasn't enough. Overtime, the Montreal Canadiens got it done, and the Buffalo Sabres fans are still cheering, "Let's go Buffalo." That is the heart of this city, and that is the fan base that we have in Buffalo, New York. For the Sabres, ladies and gentlemen. Again, it is over officially for the Buffalo Sabres. We will have no more games to stream on our watch along. Thank you so much, everybody, for your support, for staying with me during this playoff series, checking out some hockey with me, just honestly hanging out with me to watch some hockey and to see the Buffalo Sabres here play on national television in front of American fans, Canadian fans, European fans, everybody out there watching the game that we know and love called hockey. Thank you so much, everybody out there, for your support. The fans in Buffalo chanting, "Let's go Buffalo." They don't care that the Sabres lost. They know we're going to get back there one day again, ladies and gentlemen. Even with the loss tonight, like I said, not the most devastating heartbreak for the town of Buffalo, the city of Buffalo. If you've ever been here, if you know about us, we're going to keep pushing, and we're going to keep fighting to make it back next year, next season. Maybe next season, Buffalo, as we always say. That is going to do it for the Buffalo Sabres, who finally salute their home fans. And now the Canadiens get to enjoy their celebration on the road in enemy territory. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, ghosts and goblins, witches and wizards, vampires and werewolves, thank you so much for checking out my channel, hanging out with me tonight. Let's go Buffalo. The Sabres will never die. It is Saberhood for life. Saberhood for life. Buffalo, New York, I love you. Buffalo Sabres, maybe next season, maybe next year. Until next time, until next season, peace, God.